the aisles, actually.
Please take your seats. We are going to start now.
Good morning. Good morning, heads of states, excellencies, dear guests, people watching from home. The fourth plenary meeting of the General Assembly is called to order. After our intense Monday, today starts the general debate of the 80th session. Before proceeding to the general debate, the Assembly will hear an introduction by Secretary General of his annual report on the work of the organization. Under agenda item 110, in accordance with resolution 51/241 of 31st July 1997. Please take your seat. I now give the floor to the Secretary General of the United Nations, His Excellency Antonio Guterres. Please, could you take your seats?
Let me begin with two words we have not been able to say often enough in this hall. Madam President. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, 8 years ago, in a world scorched by war, leaders made a choice: cooperation over chaos, law over lawlessness, peace over conflict. And that choice gave birth to the United Nations, not as a dream for perfection, but as a practical strategy for the survival of humanity. Many of our founders had seen firsthand the hell of the death camps and the terror of war. They knew that true leadership meant creating a system to prevent the replay of those horrors, a firewall against the flames of conflict and World War III, a forum for sovereign states to pursue dialogue and cooperation, and a concrete affirmation of an essential human truth: we are all in this together. And this General Assembly Hall is the heartbeat of that truth. It is why for decades, world leaders have come to this one-of-a-kind podium. It is why you are here today. Because at its best, the United Nations is more than a meeting place. It's a moral compass, a force for peace and peacekeeping, a guardian of international law, a catalyst for sustainable development, a lifeline for people in crisis, a lighthouse for human rights, and a center that transforms your decisions, the decisions of member states, into action. 80 years on, we confront again the question our founders faced, only more urgent, more intertwined, more unforgiving. What kind of world do we choose to build together? Excellencies, we have our work cut out for us, as our ability to carry out that work is being cut from us. We have entered in an age of reckless disruption and relentless human suffering. Look around. The principles of the United Nations that you have established are under siege. Listen, the pillars of peace and progress are buckling under the weight of impunity, inequality, and indifference. Sovereign nations invaded, hunger weaponized, truce silence, rising smoke from bombed out cities, rising anger in fractured societies, rising seas swallowing coastlines. Each one a warning, each one a question. What kind of world will we choose? A world of raw power or a world of laws? A world that is a scramble for self-interest or a world where nations come together? A world where might makes right or a world of rights for all? Excellencies, our world is becoming increasingly multipolar, and this is positive, reflecting a more diverse, dynamic global landscape. But multipolarity without effective multilateral institutions can court chaos, as Europe has learned the hard way, resulting in World War I. It was multipolar, but there was no multilateral institutions. So let's be clear. International cooperation is not naivete. It is hard-headed pragmatism. In a world where there's leap borders, isolation is an illusion. No country can stop a pandemic alone. No army can halt rising temperatures. No algorithm can rebuild trust once it is broken. These are global stress tests of our system, our solidarity, and our resolve. I'm convinced we can pass these tests, and we must, because people everywhere are demanding something better, and we owe them a system worthy of their trust and a future worthy of their dreams. And so we must make the choice, an active choice, to reaffirm the imperative of international law, to reassert the centrality of multilateralism, to reinforce justice and human rights, and to recommit to the principles that gave rise to our organization and to the promise contained in its first words, we the peoples. Excellencies, the choices we face are not part of an ideological debate. They are a matter of life and death for millions. As I scan the global landscape, we must make 5 critical choices. First, we must choose peace rooted in international law. Peace is our first obligation. Yet today, wars rage with a barbarity we vowed never to allow. Too often, the Charter is brandished when convenient and trampled when not. But the Charter is not optional. It is our foundation. And when the foundation cracks, everything built upon fractures. Around the world, we see countries acting as if the rules don't apply to them. We see humans treated as less than human, and we must call it out. Impunity is the mother of chaos, and it has spawned some of the most atrocious conflicts of our times. In Sudan, civilians are being slaughtered, starved, and silenced. Women and girls face unspeakable violence. There is no military solution. I urge all parties, including those in this hall, end the external support that is fueling this bloodshed. Push to protect civilians, because the Sudanese people deserve peace, dignity, and hope. In Ukraine, relentless violence continues to kill civilians, destroy civilian infrastructure, and threaten global peace and security. I commend recent diplomatic efforts by the United States and others. We must work for a full ceasefire and a just, lasting peace in accordance with the Charter, UN resolutions, and international law. In Gaza, the horrors are approaching a third monstrous year. They are the result of decisions that defy basic humanity. The scale of death and destruction are beyond any other conflict in my years as Secretary General. The International Court of Justice has issued legally binding provisional measures in the case named Application of the Convention on the Prevention and Punishment of the Crime of Genocide in the Gaza Strip. Since then, a famine has been declared and the killing has intensified. The measures stipulated by the ICJ must be implemented fully and immediately. Nothing can justify the horrific Hamas terror attacks of October 7 and the taking of hostages, both of which I have repeatedly condemned. And nothing can justify the collective punishment of the Palestinian people and the systematic destruction of Gaza. We know what is needed. Permanent ceasefire now. All the hostages released now. Full humanitarian access now. And we must not relent in the only viable answer to sustainable Middle East peace, a two-state solution as so eloquently reaffirmed yesterday. We must urgently reverse dangerous trends on the ground. Relentless settler expansion and violence and the looming threat of annexation must stop. Everywhere, from Haiti to Yemen, to Myanmar and the Sahel and beyond, we must choose peace anchored in international law. The past year has brought glimmers of hope, including the ceasefire between Cambodia and Thailand, and the agreement between Azerbaijan and Armenia brokered by the United States. But far too many crises continue unchecked. Impunity prevails, lawlessness is a contagion, it invites mayhem, accelerates terror, and risks a nuclear free-for-all. When accountability shrinks, graveyards grow. When UN staff and facilities are attacked, violating legal obligations, so too is the core of our ability to serve and deliver. The Security Council must live up to its responsibilities. It must be more representative, more transparent, and more effective. Beyond crisis response, we must tackle the injustices that ignite conflict: exclusion, inequality, impunity, and corruption. The surest way to silence the guns is to raise the volume for justice. Real security is born of fairness and opportunity for all.
Excellences, cela m'amène au deuxième point.
This leads me to my
Nous devons
second point.
choisir
We
les
must
droits
choose
humains et la
human
dignité
dignity
humaine.
and human rights.
Les droits humains ne sont pas
Human
un ornement
rights
de la
are not
paix.
an ornament
Ils en
of
sont le
peace.
socle.
They're its bedrock.
Les droits humains, sociaux,
Human rights,
économiques,
economic,
politiques,
social,
civiques
cultural,
et
political,
culturels
and civil
sont
are
universels,
universal,
indivisibles
indivisible,
et
and
interdépendants.
interdependent.
Choisir les droits,
Choosing
c'est
rights
plus que des
means
paroles.
more than
C'est
words.
choisir la justice
It
plutôt que le
means choosing
silence.
justice over
C'est
silence.
préserver la
It
liberté
means
et l'espace
protecting
civique.
freedom and civic space,
Faire avancer l'égalité pour
advancing
les femmes et
equality
les
for
filles.
women and girls,
Combattre le racisme
confronting
et la
racism and
discrimination sous
discrimination
toutes leurs
in
formes.
all its forms,
Protéger les défenseurs des
protecting
droits
human
humains
rights
les
defenders,
journalistes
journalists,
et la liberté
and freedom
d'expression
of speech,
et garantir les droits
and
des réfugiés et
upholding
des
the rights
migrants
of refugees and
afin que la
migrants
mobilité
so
soit
that
sûre
mobility is
et
safe
conforme
and
au
in
droit
accordance with
international.
international law.
Les droits humains sont un
Human
combat
rights
quotidien
are a daily
en
battle,
ligne comme hors
online
ligne.
and offline.
Ils exigent de la
They
volonté
require
politique,
political will.
mais la dignité ne se
But
résume
dignity
pas à la
is not only
protection des droits.
about the protection of
Elle
rights,
exige pleinement concrétiser ces droits
about
grâce
rights
à un
fulfilled
développement
through
inclusif
inclusive
et
and
résilient.
resilient development.
Des droits qui mettent fin à la
Rights that put
pauvreté
an end
et à la
to
faim.
poverty and hunger.
Des droits qui ouvrent
Rights
de la
that
voie de
open
l'éducation,
doors
de la
to
santé
education,
et des
health,
opportunités.
and opportunity.
Les objectifs de
The
développement
Sustainable
durable
Development
sont
Goals
notre feuille
are
de
our
route
shared
commune
roadmap
pour
for
concrétiser ces
achieving
droits.
these rights.
Mais pour avancer sur
But
cette
in order
voie,
to make
il faut du
progress down this
carburant.
road, we need
Ce
fuel.
carburant, c'est le
And
financement.
that fuel
Et
is
nous savons ce qu'un
finance.
développement bien mené
We've
peut
seen
accomplir.
what development done right can
Au
deliver.
cours de la dernière
In the past
décennie,
decade,
des millions de personnes
millions
supplémentaires ont
more have
accédé à
gained access to
l'électricité,
electricity,
à des solutions de cuisson
clean
propres
cooking
et à
solutions,
l'Internet.
and to the
Le
internet.
mariage des enfants
Child marriage
recule,
is in retreat.
la représentation des femmes
Women's
avance,
representation is
mais
growing,
les coupes dans l'aide au
but cuts
développement
to aid
font des
are wreaking
ravages.
havoc.
Pour un grand nombre de personnes,
They are
elles
a death
représentent une
sentence for
condamnation
many.
à mort. Pour tant d'autres,
For so
un
many more,
avenir confisqué.
a stolen future.
C'est là tout le
This
paradoxe
is
de
the
notre
great
époque.
paradox of our time.
Nous avons les solutions,
We have the
mais nous
solutions,
siphonnons le
but we
carburant
are siphoning
qui nous
off the
permettrait
fuel
d'avancer.
that would make it possible to make
Choisir la
progress.
dignité, c'est
To
choisir la
choose
justice
dignity, we
financière
must choose
et la
financial
solidarité.
justice and solidarity.
Nous devons réformer
We need
l'architecture
to
financière
reform the international
internationale
financial
afin
architecture
qu'elle soit au
so that it
service du
drives
développement
development
de
for all.
toutes et de tous. Avant que des banques multilatérales de
With bigger
développement
and
plus grandes et
bolder
plus
multilateral
audacieuses,
development
qui
banks
prêtent
lending more
davantage et mobilisent
and
plus de capitaux
mobilizing more
privés pour les
private
pays en
capital
développement,
for developing
avec des
countries,
mécanismes d'allègement de
with
dette plus
faster
rapides et
and
plus
fairer
justes,
debt relief
couvrant tous
mechanisms,
les pays en
helping
difficulté,
every country
y
in
compris
crisis,
ceux à revenus
including
intermédiaires.
middle-income countries,
Une protection des ressources nationales
protecting
en
natural
s'attaquant aux flux
resources
financiers
by
illicites
tackling illicit
aux
financial
pratiques fiscales
flows and
abusives
abusive tax
qui volent aux
practices that
sociétés
rob
leur
societies
avenir,
of their future,
et des institutions
and
financières
global
mondiales à
financial
l'image du monde
institutions that
d'aujourd'hui,
represent today's
avec
world,
une
with
participation
far
bien plus
greater
forte
participation
des pays
of
en développement
developing countries
dans sa composition et ses décisions.
in terms of their composition
Alors
and
faisons
their
le choix
decision-making.
d'une
So,
économie
let
mondiale au
us
service de
choose a
toutes
global economy
tous.
that works for everyone,
Faisons le
men
choix
and women.
des droits
Let
humains
us choose
et de la
human
dignité
rights and
et
dignity,
donnons-nous les moyens d'une
and
transition
let us
juste
equip
pour les
ourselves
peuples
with the
et la
means
planète.
to ensure a transition
Excelencias,
for people and the planet.
esto nos lleva a la tercera opción.
Excellencies, this brings me to the
Debemos
third
elegir la
choice. We
justicia
must
climática.
choose climate justice.
La crisis climática
The
se está
climate crisis
acelerando,
is accelerating,
pero las soluciones
but
también.
so are the solutions.
El futuro de la energía
The clean
limpia
energy future
no es una
is no
promesa
longer a
lejana.
distant promise.
Ya está aquí.
It's already here.
Ningún gobierno,
No government,
industria o
industry,
interés
or special
especial
interest
puede
can
detenerlo.
stop it.
Pero algunos lo
But
están
some are
intentando,
trying,
perjudicando a las
hurting
economías,
economies,
imponiendo
locking
precios
in
más
higher
altos
prices,
y
and
desperdiciando
squandering
una
a
oportunidad
historic
histórica.
opportunity.
Excellencies, fossil fuels are a losing bet. Last year, almost all new power capacity came from renewables, and the investment is surging. Renewables are the cheapest and fastest source of new power. They create jobs, drive growth, shield economies from volatile oil and gas markets, connect the unconnected, and can free us from the tyranny of fossil fuels. But not at today's pace. Clean energy investment remains uneven. 21st century grids and storage are not rolling out fast enough. And public subsidies, taking from taxpayer money, still flow to fossil fuels over clean energy by a factor of 9 to 1. Meanwhile, emissions, temperatures, and disasters keep rising. And those least responsible suffer the most. Science says limiting global temperature rise to 1.5 degrees by the end of this century is still possible, but the window is closing. The International Court of Justice has affirmed the legal obligation of states. We must step up action and ambition, especially through strengthened national climate plans. Tomorrow, I will welcome leaders to announce new targets. The G20, the biggest emitters, must lead, guided by common but differentiated responsibilities. But all countries must step up and do more as we head to the UN Climate Conference in Brazil. By accelerating action in energy, forests, methane, and industrial decarbonization. by defining a credible roadmap to mobilize 1.3 trillion US dollars annually in climate finance by 2035 for developing countries, by supporting just transitions, by doubling finance for adaptation to at least 40 billion US dollars this year, and rapidly deploying proven tools to unlock billions more in concessional finance, and by capitalizing the loss and damage fund with significant contributions. All of these requires government, international financial institutions, philanthropies, civil society, and the private sector to work together, to provide fiscal space to developing countries and unlock new innovative sources of finance at scale, including solidarity levies on high-emitting sectors and debt swaps. We have the solutions and tools, but we must choose climate justice and climate action. Fourth, we must choose to put technology at the service of humanity. Artificial intelligence is rewriting human existence in real time, transforming how we learn, work, communicate, and what we can trust. And the question is not how to stop it, but how to steer it for the greater good. Technology must be our servant, not our master. It must promote human rights, human dignity, and human agency. Yet today, AI's advancement in outpacing regulation and responsibility and is concentrated in a few hands. And the risks are expanding to new frontiers, from biotech to autonomous weapons. We are witnessing the rise of tools for mass surveillance, mass social control, mass disruption, and even mass destruction. Tools that can drain energy, strain ecosystems, and intensify the race for critical minerals, potentially stoking instability and conflict. Yet, these technologies remain largely ungoverned. We need universal guardrails and common standards across platforms. No company should be above the law. No machines should decide who lives or dies. No system should be deployed without transparency, safety, and accountability. Last month, this assembly took a historic step, establishing an independent international scientific panel on AI and an annual global dialogue on AI governance. Two new pillars of a shared architecture, connecting science with policy to bring clarity and foresight, enabling innovation to flourish while advancing our values and our rights, and ensuring governments, companies, and civil society can help shape common norms. We must build on these mechanisms and close the capacity gap. All countries must be able to design and develop AI, not just to consume it. I have proposed voluntary financing options to build AI computing power, data, and skills in developing nations. No country should be locked out of the digital future or locked into systems it cannot shape or trust. And governments must lead with vision, and companies must act with responsibility. And we, the international community, must ensure that technology lifts up humanity. So let us choose cooperation over fragmentation, ethics over expediency, and transparency over opacity. Technology will not wait for us, but we can still choose what it serves. So let us choose wisely. Fifth and finally, to meet all these goals, we must choose to strengthen the United Nations for the 21st century. The forces shaking our world are also testing the foundations of the United Nations system. We are being hit by rising geopolitical tensions and divisions, chronic uncertainty, and mounting financial strain. But those who depend on the United Nations must not be made to bear the cost, especially now, when for every dollar invested to support our core work to build peace, the world spends $750 on weapons of war. This is not only unsustainable, it is indefensible. In this moment of crisis, the United Nations has never been more essential. The world needs our unique legitimacy, our convening power, our vision to unite nations, to bridge divides and confront the challenges before us. The Pact for the Future has shown your determination to build a United Nations that is stronger, more inclusive, and more effective. That is the logic and the urgency of our UN80 initiative. We are moving swiftly and decisively. I put forward concrete proposals, a revised budget for 2026 that strengthens accountability, improves delivery, and cuts costs. Practical reforms to implement mandates more effectively and efficiently with greater impact. And ideas to spark a paradigm shift in the structure of the UN and how its parts work together. Most of these decisions rest with you, the member states, and we will move forward in full respect of the established procedures. Together, let us choose to invest in a United Nations that adapts, innovates, and is empowered to deliver for people everywhere. Excellencies, my overriding message comes down to this. Now is the time to choose. It's not enough to know what the right choices are. I urge you to make them. I grew up in a world where choices were few. I was raised in the darkness of dictatorship, where fear silenced voices and hope was nearly crushed. Yet, even the bleakest hours, especially then, I discovered a truth that has never left me. Power does not reside in the hands of those who dominate or divide. Real power resides from people, from our shared resolve to uphold dignity, to defend equality, to believe fiercely in our common humanity and the potential of every human being. I learned early to persevere, to speak out, to refuse to surrender, no matter the challenge, no matter the obstacle, no matter the hour. We must and we will overcome. Because in a world of many choices, there is one choice we must never make, the choice to give up. We must never give up. That is my promise to you, for peace, for dignity, for justice, for humanity, for the world we know is possible when we work as one. I will never, ever give up. Thank you.
I thank the Secretary General. The Assembly will now turn to agenda item 8, entitled General Debate. "80 years. Longer than the average human life. This anniversary of the United Nations should have been a moment of celebration. But this is not an ordinary year. Just look at the state of our world, as the Secretary General described. Thousands of orphans in Gaza are wandering around the rubble, eating sand, drinking contaminated water. 90-year-old women in Ukraine are hiding from drones, trapped in their homes instead of living their final years in peace. Children in Haiti, too afraid to walk to school, afraid they might be gunned down by gangs like their friends. And for every conflict and tragedy that seizes the headlines, there are so many more that are forgotten, lost to the news cycle. Like women in Democratic Republic of the Congo, shielding their daughters from armed groups, fearful they might be raped. And Rohingya children spending their whole childhood in tattered tents, unable to remember what their home looks like. Faced with these realities, now is not the time to celebrate, but to ask ourselves, where is the United Nations? Distinguished heads of state and government, Mr. Secretary General, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, people out there in the world watching us. Clearly, we have to do better. But what we should not let cynics allow to weaponize these failures, to argue that our institution is a waste of money, outdated, irrelevant. When the principles of the Charter are ignored, is it the UN that has failed? When tanks rolled into Ukraine, was it because Article 2 of the Charter is not clear enough about sovereignty and territorial integrity? When civilians, children, are killed in Gaza, is it humanitarian law at fault for failing to protect them? It's not the Charter which fails. It's not the UN as an institution which fails. The Charter, our Charter, is only as strong as member states' willingness to uphold it, and their willingness to hold to account those who violate it. Excellencies, yes, our world is in pain. Yes, we have failures. But imagine how much worse would it be without the United Nations? Would a single person be better off without it? Without UNICEF, 26 million children would not have received an education. Without the World Food Programme, nearly 125 million people would have lacked life-saving food assistance. Without the World Health Organization, over 1 billion vaccines would not have been supplied. Sometimes we could have done more, but we cannot let this dishearten us. If we stop doing the right thing, evil would prevail. This 80th session is not about big celebrations. It's about finding the resolve not to give up, the resolve to be better together, just as our predecessors did 8 decades ago. This institution was born in a world on fire and desperate for reprieve. 750 million, nearly a third of humanity back then, still under colonial rule. 2 world wars in a generation, 70 million dead. The horrors of the Holocaust revealed to our collective shame. This was a generation that knew almost nothing but suffering and despair. The signing of the Charter in 1945 gave hope to millions, gave us a North Star that guided our path from the ashes of war, helped guide nations from colonial rule into independent states, helped end apartheid. Across the decades, the United Nations has been a compass pointing toward peace, humanity, and justice. We have not always succeeded, but the story of this institution is not a story of easy victories. It's a story of falling and rising, of pulling ourselves and each other back up and trying harder. We gather here for the 80th time, not for empty celebration, not out of ritual, not to hear our own voices. We gather to prove that this institution matters, and that through this institution, every nation represented here, no matter how big or small, can summon again the strength and unity first shown in San Francisco 80 years ago. The courage and resolve of world leaders who, even while some called them back then naive, believed they could build a better world from the wreckage of the old. They showed then what true leadership is. It's not about imposing your will or putting others down. True leadership is about lifting others up, not out of altruism, but for our mutual benefit, and even out of our self-interest. Because as our founders and every architect of peace since then has understood, helping others is what makes ultimately our own countries stronger. Could any state have faced the global pandemic alone? The virus did not have any passport. We were only able to solve it at the end with the support of the World Health Organization. The climate crisis does not stop at borders. CO2 emissions anywhere affect people everywhere. Even the wealthiest cities in the world cannot shield themselves from wildfires. And imagine coming here by plane, how safe would you feel to step into the next airplane if there were no International Civil Aviation Organization anymore, which is responsible for setting safety regulations for 5 billion passengers each year? How comfortable would you be with your children using the internet while AI is uncontrolled and unchecked, as the lines between what is real and fake start to blur? In this globalized, digitalized world, we work together or we suffer alone. Excellencies, the theme of this milestone session and the high-level week is therefore better together. 80 years and more for peace, development, and human rights. Will living up to that be easy? No. But this hall was not built for easy times. It was built to come together to confront the hardest topics. This session is a session where the high-level week is about resolving differences. We showed some of it yesterday already. But even the house of dialogue and diplomacy needs a renovation. That is why the UN80 initiative and the wider reform process are not luxuries, but necessities. We are literally now at a crossroads, a make it or break it moment, politically, financially. Therefore, we have to deliver a United Nations that is agile, cost-effective, and fit for purpose. Member states have to give the Secretary General and this process their full support, because reform cannot stop in New York. It must carry through to every capital. That includes delivering the Pact for the Future and accelerating progress on the Sustainable Development Goals. Again, this is not about charity. It's about addressing the core purposes of this institution, about strengthening our foundations across all 3 pillars: peace and security, human rights, and sustainable development. They are inseparable. Leaving hundreds of millions trapped in extreme poverty, vulnerable to crisis, and denied their human rights is not only a moral failure, it's a recipe for global unrest, terrorism, and a tragic waste of humanity's greatest resource, its people. Put it simply, without the SDGs, there cannot be lasting peace. Excellencies, our future as an institution will also be shaped by the selection of the next Secretary General. And here we must pause and reflect. In nearly 80 years, this organization has never chosen a woman for that role. One might wonder how out of 4 billion potential candidates, there could not be found a single one. Of course, the choice rests with member states. But those of you having been there yesterday celebrating Beijing, one strong female leader after the other from all our continents. Like 80 years ago, we are standing at a crossroads. And it's up to us, to every single member state, to live up to the same leadership as your predecessors did, to act when action is needed, to uphold the principles of our charter, to be better together, to show the people around the world that this United Nation is there, today, tomorrow, and for the next 8 decades. Because after all, it's the life insurance for every country. Before giving the floor to the first speaker for this morning, I would like to remind member states that the list of speakers for the general debate has been established on the agreed basis that statements should be no longer than 15 minutes to enable all the speakers to be heard at a given meeting. Within this time frame, I would like to appeal to speakers to deliver their statements at a reasonable pace so that interpretation into the other official languages may be provided properly. I would also like to draw your attention to the decision taken by the Assembly at previous sessions, namely that the practice of expressing congratulations inside the Assembly Hall after speech has been delivered is strongly discouraged. After delivering their statements from the rostrum, speakers are invited to exit the hall through room JA200, located behind the podium, before returning to their seats. May I take it that the Assembly agrees to proceed in this manner? It's so decided. Finally, I should like to draw the attention of member states that during the general debate, official photographers are in the room and will take official photographs of all speakers by the Department of Global Communications. Members interested in obtaining these photographs are requested to contact the photo library of the United Nations. By this, the Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Luiz Inácio Lula da Silva, President of the Federative Republic of Brazil. I request the protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Senhora Presidente da Assembleia
Madam
Geral,
President of the General Assembly,
Annalena Barbuch,
Annalena
Senhor Secretário-Geral,
Mr.
Antônio
Secretary
Guterres,
General Antonio Guterres,
caro chefe de Estado e de governo,
dear heads of state and government,
representantes dos
and
Estados
representatives of the member
aqui
states gathered here.
Este
This
deveria ser um
should
momento de
be a
celebração
time
das
to
Nações
celebrate
Unidas.
the United Nations.
Criada No fim
created
da guerra,
at the end of the
a
war,
ONU simboliza a
the
expressão
UN
mais elevada
symbolizes the highest
da aspiração
expression
pela paz.
of the aspiration
pela
for peace
prosperidade.
and prosperity.
Hoje, contudo,
Today, however,
os ideais que
the
inspiraram seus
ideals that
fundadores em São
inspired its
Francisco
founders in San
estão
Francisco
ameaçados
are
como nunca
under
estiveram
threat as
em toda a
never
sua
before
história.
in their history.
O multilateralismo está
Multilateralism
diante
is
de
at
nova
a new
encruzilhada.
crossroads.
A autoridade desta organização
The organization's
está em
authority
xeque.
is in check.
Assistimos à
We are
consolidação de uma
witnessing the
desordem
consolidation
internacional
of an international order
marcada por seguidas
marked by
concessões
repeated
à política
concessions
do poder,
to power play,
atentados à soberania,
attacks on sovereignty,
sanções arbitrárias
arbitrary sanctions,
e intervenções
and
unilaterais
unilateral
estão se
interventions
tornando
are
regra.
becoming the rule.
Existe evidente
There
paralelo
is a clear
entre a crise
parallel
do
between the
multilateralismo e o
multilateralism
enfraquecimento
crisis
da
and the weakening
democracia.
of democracy.
O autoritarismo se fortalece
Authoritarianism is
quando nos
strengthened when
omitimos
we
frente à
fail to
arbitrariedade.
act in the face of
Quando a
arbitrary
sociedade
acts.
internacional
When the international society
vacila na defesa da
falters
paz,
in defending
da
peace,
soberania e do
sovereignty,
direito,
and the rule
as
of law,
consequências são
the
trágicas.
consequences are tragic
Em todo o mundo,
throughout the world.
forças antidemocráticas
Anti-democratic
tentam
forces are
subjugar
trying to
as
subjugate
instituições e
institutions
sufocar
and
as
stifle
liberdades.
freedoms.
Cultua a violência,
They worship
exalta
violence,
a
praise
ignorância,
ignorance,
atua como
act
milícias
as physical
físicas e
and
digitais
digital militias,
e cerceiam a
and
imprensa.
restrict the press.
Mesmo sob ataques sem
Even
precedentes,
under an
o Brasil
unprecedented
optou
attack,
por
Brazil
resistir
chose to
e
resist
defender sua
and defend its
democracia
democracy,
reconquistada há 40
regained
anos
40
pelo seu
years
povo
ago by
depois
its
de
people
2 décadas de
after
governo
2
ditatoriais.
decades of dictatorial
Não
government.
há justificativa
There
para
is
as
no
medidas
justification for
unilaterais e
unilateral and
arbitrárias contra nossas
arbitrary
instituições
measures
e nossa
against
economia.
our institutions and our
A
economy.
agressão contra a independência do
The
poder
aggression
judiciário
against the
é
independence of the
inaceitável.
judiciary branch of power
Esta
is
ingerência
unacceptable.
em
This
assuntos internos
interference in domestic
conta com o
affairs
auxílio de uma
is aided by
extrema-direita
a
subserviente
subservient
e saudosa
far-right
de antigas
who is
hegemonias.
nostalgic of past
Falsos
hegemonies. False
Arquiteta e
patriots
promove
plan and publicly
publicamente
promote
ações contra o
actions
Brasil.
against Brazil.
Não há pacificação com
Cannot
impunidade.
be achieved with
Há poucos
impunity.
dias,
A few days
e
ago,
pela primeira
for the
vez em
first time in
525 anos de nossa
525
história,
years of our
um
history,
ex-chefe de
a
Estado
former head of state
foi condenado
was
por atentar
convicted
contra
of
o Estado
attacking the
democrático de
democratic
direito.
rule of law.
Foi
He
investigado,
was investigated,
indiciado e
indicted,
julgado
trialed
e
and held
responsabilizado
accountable
pelos seus atos
for his
em
actions
processo
in a
minucioso.
meticulous process.
Teve amplo direito de defesa,
He has the right
prerrogativa
to
que as
defend himself was
ditaduras
secured,
negam
a
às suas
prerogative that
vítimas.
dictatorships deny to
Diante
their
dos
victims
olhos do mundo,
before the eyes of the
O Brasil
world.
deu um recado a
Brazil
todos os
sent a
candidatos
message to all
autocratas e
aspiring
aqueles que os apoiam.
autocrats and those who
Nossa
support them.
democracia
Our
e
democracy,
nossa
our
soberania
sovereignty
são
are
inegociáveis.
non-negotiable.
Seguiremos como
We will
nação
continue
independente
as an
e
independent
como povo
nation
livre
and as
de
a people
qualquer tipo de
free
tutela.
from any type of guardianship.
Democracias sólidas,
Sound
além
democracies
do
go
ritual
beyond
eleitoral.
the electoral ritual.
seu vigor,
Its strength
pressupõe a redução da
presupposes the
desigualdade,
reduction of
a
inequalities,
garantimentação,
food,
a segurança,
safety,
o trabalho,
work,
a moradia,
housing,
a educação
education,
e a
and
saúde.
health.
A democracia falha
Democracy
quando as
fails
mulheres ganham
when
menos que
women
os homens
earn less than
ou
men
morrem pelas
or
mãos de
die
parceiros
at
e
the hands
familiares.
of partners and family
Ela
members.
perde
It
quando
loses
fecha suas
when it
portas
closes its
e
doors
culpa migrantes
and
pelas
blames
mazelas do
migrants
mundo.
for the world's ills.
A pobreza
Poverty
é tão
is
inimiga da
much
democracia,
an enemy of
quanto
democracy
extremismo.
as extremism.
por isso,
Therefore,
foi com orgulho
we were proud
que
to
recebemos
receive
da FAO a
confirmation from
confirmação de que o
FAO
Brasil
that
voltou
Brazil
a
has
sair do
once
mapa
again
da
left
fome
the hunger
este
map
ano de
in this
2020.
year, 2025.
Mas no mundo,
But in the
ainda há
world,
670
there are
milhões
still
de pessoas famintas
670
e
million hungry
cerca de
people
2
and
bilhões e
about
300 milhões
2.3 billion
enfrentam insegurança
face
alimentar.
food insecurity.
A única guerra
The only
que
war
todos podem
of
sair
which
vencedores
Everyone
é
can
que
emerge
travamos
victorious
contra a
is the
fome
one
e a
we wage
pobreza.
against hunger and
Esse é o
poverty.
objetivo da Aliança
This is the
Global,
goal of the
que
Global
lançamos no
Alliance we
G20
launched
e que já conta
at the
com o apoio de
G20 and which has the
103 países.
support of 103
A
countries.
comunidade
The
internacional
international community
precisa rever
needs to
suas
revise
prioridades,
its priorities,
reduzir os gastos com
reduce
guerras
arms
e
spending,
aumentar a
and
ajuda ao
increase
desenvolvimento,
development aid.
aliviar o serviço da
Relieve the
dívida
service
externa
of the
dos
foreign
países mais
debt
pobres
of the poorest
sobretudo os
countries above
africanos,
all African
e
nations,
definir
and set
padrões mínimos de
minimum
tributação
global
global
tax
para
standards
que os super
so
ricos
that the super
paguem mais
rich
impostos
pay
que
more
os
taxes
trabalhadores.
than workers.
A democracia também se
Democracy
mede
is
pela
also
capacidade
measured by
de
the
proteger
ability
as
to
famílias
protect
e a infância.
families and the childhood.
As plataformas digitais
Digital platforms
trazem
offer
possibilidade de nos
possibilities for
aproximar
us to come
como
together
jamais
in
havíamos
ways we
imaginado,
never imagined,
mas têm sido usadas
but they
para
have been
semear
used for
intolerância,
sowing
misoginia,
intolerance,
xenofobia e desinformação.
xenophobia, and misinformation. The internet
Não pode ser terra
cannot be
sem
a
lei.
land of
Cabe ao poder público
lawlessness.
proteger
It's
os
up
mais
to
vulneráveis.
governments to protect the most
Regular
vulnerable.
não é
Regulating
restringir
does
a
not
liberdade de
mean
expressão,
restraining
é
freedom
garantir
of
que
expression.
o que
It's
já é
about
ilegal
ensuring
no mundo real
that what is
seja
already
tratado assim
illegal in the
também
real
no
world is
ambiente
treated
digital,
the
no
way in
ambiente
the virtual
virtual.
environment.
Ataques à
Attacks
regulação
on regulation
serve para encobrir
serve to
interesses
cover up
difusos
hidden
e dar
interests
guarida a
and
crimes como
provide
fraudes,
shelter for
tráfico de
crimes
pessoas,
such
pedofilia
as fraud,
e
human
investidas
trafficking,
contra a democracia.
pedophilia, and attacks against
O
democracy.
Parlamento brasileiro,
The Brazilian parliament
corretamente,
was right to
apressou-se em
rush
abordar esse
to
problema.
address this issue.
Com orgulho,
Last week,
promulguei na
I
última
proudly
semana
enacted
uma das leis mais
one of the
avançadas
world's
do
most
mundo
advanced laws
para
for the
proteger,
protection
para a
of
proteção de
children and
crianças e
adolescents
adolescentes
in
na
the
esfera digital.
digital environment.
Também enviamos ao Congresso
Also, we
Nacional
sent draft bills
projeto de lei
to the National
para
Congress
fomentar a
to foster
concorrência nos
competition
mercados digitais
and digital
e para
markets and to
incentivar
encourage the
a
installation
instalação de data
of
centers
sustainable
sustentáveis.
data centers.
Para mitigar os riscos
To
da
mitigate
inteligência
the risks
artificial,
of artificial intelligence,
apostamos na
we are
construção de uma
committed to
governança
building
multilateral
multilateral
em linha
governance
com o
in
Pacto
line with the
Digital
global
Global
digital
aprovado neste
compact
plenário
that was
no
approved
ano
in this
passado.
plenary last year.
Senhoras e senhores,
Ladies and gentlemen, your
Na América
excellencies,
Latina e
in Latin
Caribe,
America and the Caribbean,
vivemos um momento de
we are
crescente
experiencing a
polarização
time
e
of growing
instabilidade.
polarization and instability.
Manter a região como zona de
Maintaining the
paz
region as a zone of
sempre foi
peace
e é a
is
nossa
and was
prioridade.
our priority.
Somos um continente
We
livre
are
de
a
armas de
continent
destruição em
free
massa,
of weapons of mass
sem conflitos
destruction,
étnicos ou
without
religiosos.
ethnic or religious
preocupante.
conflicts.
A
The
equiparação entre a
comparison between
criminalidade e o
crime
terrorismo.
and terrorism is
A
worrying.
forma mais
The
eficaz
most effective way
de combater o
to
tráfico de
combat
drogas
drug
é a
trafficking
cooperação
is to
para
cooperate
reprimir
to
a
suppress
lavagem de dinheiro
money
e
laundering
limitar o
and
comércio de
limit
armas.
arms trade.
Usar força
Using
letal
lethal
em
force
situações
in
que não
situations
constituem
that do not
conflitos armados
constitute armed
equivale
conflict is
a executar
tantamount
pessoas
to
sem
executing
julgamento.
people without trial.
Outras partes do
Other parts of the
planeta
planet
já testemunharam
have already
intervenções que
witnessed
causaram danos maiores
interventions
do
that
que
cause
se
greater
pretendia
damage
evitar,
than intended,
com graves
with serious
consequências humanitárias.
humanitarian consequences.
A via do diálogo
The path to
não deve estar
dialogue must
fechada
not be
na
closed
Venezuela.
in Venezuela.
O Haiti
Haiti
tem direito a
has the
futuro
right
livre de
to a
violência.
violence
E é
free future,
inadmissível
and it is
que Cuba seja
unacceptable
listada
that
como o
Cuba
país que
be
patrocina o
listed as a
terrorismo.
country that sponsors
No
terrorism.
conflito
In the
na
conflict
Ucrânia,
in Ukraine, in the
todos já
conflict in
sabemos que
Ukraine,
não
we
haverá
all
solução militar.
already know that there will be
O
no
recente encontro no
military
Alasca
solution. The
despertou
recent
a
meeting in
esperança de uma
Alaska
saída
raised
negociada.
hopes for a negotiated
É
way
preciso
out.
pavimentar
It's necessary to
caminhos
pave the way
para uma solução
for
realista.
a realistic
Isso
solution.
implica
This
levar em conta as
implies
legítimas
taking into
preocupações de
account
segurança
the
de todas as
legitimate
partes.
security concerns
A
of all
iniciativa
parties.
africana
The African
e o grupo
Initiative
de amigos da
and
paz
the Friends
criado
for
por
Peace
China e
group
Brasil
created by China
pode
and
contribuir
Brazil
para promover o
can
diálogo.
help promote dialogue
Nenhuma situação
and a diplomatic
é mais
solution. No
emblemática
situation
do
is
que o
more
uso
emblematic
desproporcional e
of the
ilegal
disproportionate
da
and
força
illegal use
que é
of
da
force that the one occurring in
Os
Palestine.
atentados terroristas
The terrorist
perpetrados
attacks
pelo Hamas
perpetrated by
são
Hamas are
indefensáveis sob qualquer
indefensible
ângulo.
from any
Mas
angle,
nada,
but nothing,
absolutamente
absolutely
nada,
nothing
justifica o
justifies
genocídio
the
em
ongoing
curso em
genocide
Gaza.
in Gaza. There,
Ali, sob toneladas de
under
escombros,
tons of rubble,
estão enterradas
are
dezenas
buried
de milhares de
tens of
mulheres e
thousands of
crianças
innocent
inocentes.
women and children.
Ali também estão
There,
sepultados o direito
we can see
internacional
that
humanitário
international humanitarian
e o
law and the
mito
myth
da
of
superioridade
ethical
ética do Ocidente.
exceptionalism of the West are
Este
also
massacre
being buried there.
não
This
aconteceria
massacre would not have
sem a
happened
cumplicidade dos
without the
que poderiam
complicity of
evitar.
those who could have prevented
Gaza,
it. In Gaza,
Fome é usada
hunger
como arma
is
de guerra.
used as a weapon of
O
war,
deslocamento
and the
forçado de
forced
populações
displacement of
é
populations
praticado
goes on
impunemente. Quero
unpunished.
expressar
I
minha
express
admiração
my admiration
judeus
to the Jews
que dentro e
who,
fora de Israel
inside and
se
outside
opõem
Israel,
a esta punição
oppose this
coletiva.
collective punishment.
O povo
The
palestino
Palestinian
corre
people
o risco
are
de
at risk
desaparecer.
of disappearing.
Só sobreviverá
They
como
will
um
only
Estado
survive
independente
with an
integrado à
independent state
comunidade
integrated
internacional.
to the international community.
Esta é a
This
solução
is the
defendida por
solution
mais de
defended by more than
150 membros da ONU
150
e afirmada
UN members,
ontem aqui,
reaffirmed
neste mesmo
yesterday
plenário,
here in this very
mas
plenary,
obstruída
but
por
bared
único
by
veto.
a single
É
veto.
lamentável
It is
que o
regrettable
presidente
that
Mahmoud
President
Abbas
Mahmoud
tenha
Abbas
sido
was
impedido
prevented
pelo
by
país
the host
anfitrião de
country
ocupar
of
a
occupying
bancada da
the Palestinian
Palestina
bench
nesse
at this
momento histórico.
historical moment.
O alastramento
The
desse
spread
conflito
of
para
this
o Líbano,
conflict to Lebanon,
para a Síria,
Syria,
e o Irã
Iran,
e o Catar
Qatar
fomenta a
is
escalada
fueling
armamentista
an
sem
unprecedented
precedentes.
arms build up.
Senhoras presidenta,
Madam President,
bombas e armas nucleares
bombs
não
and
vão
nuclear
nos
weapons
proteger da
will
crise
not
climática.
protect us from the climate
O ano de
crisis. The year
2024
of 24
foi o mais
was the
quente já
warmest
registrado.
already
A
registered.
COP30 em Belém, no
COP30 in
Brasil,
the city of Belém,
será a
Brazil,
COP da
will be
verdade.
the COP of truth.
Será o momento
It will
dos
be the
líderes
time
mundiais
for world leaders
provarem
to
a
prove the
seriedade de seu
seriousness of their
compromisso com o
commitment
planeta.
to the planet.
Sem ter o quadro
Without
completo das
a complete
contribuições
picture
nacionalmente
Of
determinadas,
the
a chamada
NDCs,
NDC,
nationally determined
caminharemos de olhos
contributions,
vendados para
we
um
were
verdadeiro
walking
abismo.
blindfolded towards
O Brasil
the abyss.
se
Brazil
comprometeu a
has
reduzir
committed
entre
to
59% e
reducing its emissions by
67% suas
59
emissões,
and
abrangendo todos
67%,
os gases de
covering
efeito
all
estufa
greenhouse
em
gases
todos os
and
setores da
all
economia.
sectors of the economy.
Nações em desenvolvimento
Developing nations
enfrentam a mudança do
face
clima
climate
ao
change
mesmo tempo
while
que lutam
grappling
contra outros
with
desafios.
other challenges.
Enquanto isso,
Meanwhile,
países ricos
rich countries
usufruem de
enjoy
padrão de
a
vida
standard
obtido às
of living
custas de 200
reached
anos
at
de
the
emissões de
expense of
gás.
200 years of greenhouse
Exigir
gas
maior
emissions.
ambição e maior
Demanding
acesso
greater
a
ambition
recursos
and greater
e
access
tecnologias
to
não é
resources
uma
and
questão de
technology.
caridade,
It's not a matter of
é
charity,
apenas uma
but
questão
of
de justiça.
justice.
A corrida
The
por minerais
race for
críticos
critical
essenciais
minerals,
para a
essential
transição
for
energética
energy
não
transition,
pode
cannot
reproduzir a lógica
reproduce the
predatória
predatory
que
and
marcou
asymmetrical
os últimos
logic
séculos.
that has
Em
characterized
Belém,
recent centuries. In
o
Belém
mundo vai
City,
conhecer
the
a
world
realidade
will
da
learn
Amazônia.
about the
O
reality of the
Brasil já
Amazon.
reduziu pela metade
Brazil has already
o
reduced
desmatamento na região
deforestation by
nos
half
2
in the
últimos anos.
region in the last 2 years.
Erradicá-lo requer
Eradicating
garantia,
it
condições
requires
dignas de vida para
ensuring
seus milhões de
decent living
habitantes.
conditions for its millions of
Fomentar o
inhabitants.
desenvolvimento
Promoting
sustentável
sustainable development
é o objetivo
is the
do Fundo
objective of the
Florestas
Tropical
Tropicais
Forest
para
Forever
sempre,
Facility,
que o Brasil
which
pretende
Brazil
lançar
intends to launch
para
to
remunerar os
compensate
países que
countries
mantêm
that
suas
keep their
florestas
forests
internas.
standing.
É chegado o momento de
But
passar
the time has
da
come
fase
to
da
prove,
negociação.
to move
para a
from the
etapa da
negotiation phase to the
implementação.
implementation
O mundo
stage.
deve
The
muito ao
world
regime,
owes a lot to the
criado pela
regime
Convenção
created
do
by the
Clima.
Climate Convention.
mas é necessário
Climate change
trazer o combate
needs
à mudança
to
do
be
clima
brought
para
to
o
the
coração
heart
da
of the
ONU
UN
para que ela tenha
so that
a
it
atenção
gets
que
the
merece.
attention it
Um
deserves.
conselho vinculado à
council
Assembleia Geral,
Linked to the General
com força e
Assembly with the
legitimidade
power
para
and
monitorar
legitimacy to
compromissos
monitor
dará
commitments
coerência
provide
à ação climática.
coherence to climate action.
Trata-se de passo
This is a
fundamental
fundamental
na
step
direção de uma
towards
reforma
a
mais
broader
abrangente da
reform of the
organização,
organization,
que contemple
which
também
would
Conselho
also
de
include
Segurança
an
ampliado
expanded
nas
Security
duas
Council in
categorias
the
de seus
two
membros.
member categories.
Poucas áreas
Few areas
retrocederam
have
tanto
worsened
como o
as much
sistema
as the
multilateral de comércio.
multilateral trading system.
Medidas
Unilateral
unilaterais
measures
transformam em letra
have rendered
morta
fundamental principles
princípios basilares
such
como a
as the
cláusula
most
de
favored
nação
nations
mais
clauses
favorecida.
meaningless.
Desorganizam cadeias de
They
valor
have
e
disrupted
lançam a economia
value
mundial
chains and through
em
the
uma
global
espiral
economy
perniciosa
into
de
a
preços
pernicious
altos e
spiral of
estagnação.
high prices and
É
stagnation.
urgente
It is urgent
refundar o
to
OMC em
to
bases
refound the
modernas e flexíveis.
WTO based on modern
Senhoras
and flexible
e senhores,
foundations. Your Excellencies, ladies
este
and
ano
gentlemen, this year,
o mundo perdeu
the
duas
world lost two
personalidades
exceptional
excepcionais.
public figures.
O ex-presidente do
Former
Uruguai, Pepe
Uruguayan
Mujica,
President Pepe
e o
Mujica
nosso querido
and
Papa
our
Francisco.
dear Pope Francis, both
Encarnaram como ninguém
embodied the
os
best
melhores valores
humanist
humanistas.
values like no
Suas
other.
vidas se
Their
entrelaçam,
lives were
se entrelaçaram
intertwined
com as
with
8
the 8
décadas de existência da
decades
ONU.
of the UN.
Se ainda
UN's
estivesse entre nós,
existence. If they were still among us,
provavelmente usariam
they would
esta
use this
tribuna
platform
para
to
lembrar
remember
que o
that
autoritarismo,
authoritarianism,
a degradação
environmental
ambiental e a
degradation, and
desigualdade
inequality
não são
are not
inexoráveis.
relentless.
Que os únicos derrotados
That the only
são os que
ones
cruzam os
defeated are
braços
those who
resignados.
stand idly by,
Que
resigned,
podemos vencer os falsos profetas e
Resignate.
oligarcas
and
que
that we can
exploram o
defeat the
medo
false
e
prophets and
monetizam o
oligarchs
ódio.
who exploit fear
E
and
que o
monetize
amanhã
hate, and that
é feito de
tomorrow
escolhas
is made
diárias
of daily
e é preciso
choices, and
coragem
it
de
takes
agir
courage
para
to act
transformá-lo.
to transform
No
it.
futuro que o Brasil
In the future
vislumbra,
that Brazil
não há
envisions,
espaço
there
para a
is no
reedição de
room for the
rivalidades
reenactment
ideológicas
of
ou esferas de
ideological
influência.
rivalries or
A
spheres of effort.
confrontação é
Confrontation is
inevitável.
not inevitable.
Precisamos de
We
lideranças
need
com
leaders
clareza de
with
visão,
clear
que
visions
entendam que a
who
ordem
understand that
internacional
the
não
international
é
order is
jogo de
not a
soma zero.
zero-sum game.
O século
The
XXI
21st
será
century
cada
will
vez
be
mais
increasingly
multipolar. Para se
multipolar.
manter pacífico,
For it
não
to
pode
remain
deixar de ser
peaceful,
multilateral.
it cannot
O
fail
Brasil
fall
confere
to multilateral.
crescente importância à
Brazil
União
is
Europeia,
giving
à
increasing
União Africana,
importance to the European
à
Union, the
ASEAN,
African Union,
à CELAC,
ASEAN,
aos
CELAC,
BRICS e ao
BRICS,
G20.
and the G20.
A voz do
The
Sul
voice of
global
the global South
deve ser
must
respeitada e
be
ouvida.
heard.
A ONU,
The UN
tem hoje
The UN
quase
has
4
today
vezes
almost
mais
4
membros do que os
times more members
51
than
que estiveram na
the
sua
51
fundação.
who were at its
Nossa
foundation.
missão histórica
Our
é
historic
ter tornada
mission
novamente
is to make it once
portadora de
again a
esperança
barrier of
e
hope
promotora
and
da
a
igualdade e
promoter
da
of
paz,
equality,
do desenvolvimento
peace,
sustentável
sustainable
e da
development,
diversidade
diversity,
e da
and
tolerância.
tolerance.
Que Deus
May
nos
God
abençoe a
bless
todos
us
e muito
all.
obrigado.
And thank you very much.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Federative Republic of Brazil, the Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Donald Trump, President of the United States of America, I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Thank you very much. Very much appreciated. And I don't mind making the speech without a teleprompter because the teleprompter is not working. I feel very happy to be up here with you nevertheless. And that way you speak more from the heart. I can only say that whoever's operating this teleprompter is in big trouble. Hello, Madam First Lady. Thank you very much for being here. And Madam President, Mr. Secretary General, First Lady of the United States, distinguished delegates, ambassadors, and world leaders. 6 years have passed since I last stood in this grand hall and addressed a world that was prosperous and at peace in my first term. Since that day, the guns of war have shattered the peace I forged on 2 continents. An era of calm and stability gave way to one of the great crises of our time. And here in the United States, 4 years of weakness, lawlessness, and radicalism under the last administration delivered our nation into a repeated set of disasters. 1 year ago, our country was in deep trouble, but today, just 8 months into my administration, we are the hottest country anywhere in the world, and there is no other country even close. America is blessed with the strongest economy, the strongest borders, the strongest military, the strongest friendships, and the strongest spirit of any nation on the face of the earth. This is indeed the golden age of America. We are rapidly reversing the economic calamity we inherited from the previous administration, including ruinous price increases and record-setting inflation we've never had before. Under my leadership, energy costs are down, gasoline prices are down, grocery prices are down, mortgage rates are down, and inflation has been defeated. The only thing that's up is the stock market, which just hit a record high. In fact, it hit a record high 48 times in the last short period of time. Growth is surging, manufacturing is booming. The stock market, as I said, is doing better than it's ever done. And all of you in this room benefit by that, almost everybody. And importantly, workers' wages are rising at the fastest pace in more than 60 years. And that's what it's all about, isn't it? In 4 years of President Biden, we had less than $1 trillion of new investment into the United States. In just 8 months since I took office, we have secured commitments and money already paid for $17 trillion. Think of it, 4 years, less than $1 trillion, 8 months, much more than $17 trillion is being invested in the United States, and it's now pouring in from all parts of the world. We've implemented the largest tax cuts in American history and the largest regulation cuts in American history, making this once and again the best country on earth to do business. And many of the people in this room are investing in America, and it's turned out to be an awfully good investment during this 8-month period. In my first term, I built the greatest economy in the history of the world. We had the best economy ever, history of the world. And I'm doing the same thing again, but this time it's actually much bigger and even better. The numbers far surpass my record-setting first term. On our southern border, we have successfully repelled a colossal invasion. And for the last 4 months, and that's 4 months in a row, the number of illegal aliens admitted and entering our country has been 0. Hard to believe. Because if you look back just a year ago, it was millions and millions of people pouring in from all over the world, from prisons, from mental institutions, drug dealers. All over the world they came. They just poured into our country with the ridiculous open border policy of the Biden administration. Our message is very simple. If you come illegally into the United States, you're going to jail, or you're going back to where you came from, or perhaps even further than that. You know what that means. I want to thank the country of El Salvador for the successful and professional job they've done in receiving and jailing so many criminals that entered our country. And it was under the previous administration that the number became record-setting, and they're all being taken out. Have no choice. And other countries have no choice because other countries are in the exact same situation with immigration. It's destroying your country, and you have to do something about it. On the world stage, America is respected again like it has never been respected before. You think about 2 years ago, 3 years ago, 4 years ago, or 1 year ago, we were a laughingstock all over the world. At the NATO summit in June, virtually all NATO members formally committed to increase defense spending at my request from 2% to 5% of GDP, making our alliance far stronger and more powerful than it was ever before. In May, I traveled to the Middle East to visit my friends and rebuild our partnerships in the Gulf and those valued relationships with Saudi Arabia, Qatar, and the UAE, and other countries are now, I believe, closer than ever before. My administration has negotiated one historic trade deal after another, including with the United Kingdom, the European Union, Japan, South Korea, Vietnam, Indonesia, the Philippines, Malaysia, and many, many others. Likewise, in a period of just 7 months, I have ended 7 unendable wars. They said they were unendable. You're never going to get them solved. Some were going for 31 years, 2 of them, 31, think of it, 31 years. One was 36 years. One was 28 years. I ended 7 wars. And in all cases, they were raging with countless thousands of people being killed. This includes Cambodia and Thailand, Kosovo and Serbia, the Congo and Rwanda, a vicious, violent war that was, Pakistan and India, Israel and Iran, Egypt and Ethiopia, and Armenia and Azerbaijan. It included all of them. No president or prime minister, and for that matter, no other country has ever done anything close to that. And I did it in just 7 months. It's never happened before. There's never been anything like that. I'm very honored to have done it. It's too bad that I had to do these things instead of the United Nations doing them. And sadly, in all cases, the United Nations did not even try to help in any of them. I ended 7 wars, dealt with the leaders of each and every one of these countries, and never even received a phone call from the United Nations offering to help in finalizing the deal. All I got from the United Nations was an escalator that on the way up stopped right in the middle. If the First Lady wasn't in great shape, she would have fallen, but she's in great shape. We're both in good shape. We both stood. And then a teleprompter that didn't work. These are the 2 things I got from the United Nations, a bad escalator and a bad teleprompter. Thank you very much. And by the way, it's working now. It just went on. Thank you. I think I should just do it the other way. It's easier. Thank you very much. I didn't think of it at the time because I was too busy working to save millions of lives. That is the saving and stopping of these wars. But later I realized that the United Nations wasn't there for us. They weren't there. I thought of it really after the fact, not during these negotiations, which were not easy. That being the case, what is the purpose of the United Nations? The UN has such tremendous potential. I've always said it. It has such tremendous, tremendous potential, but it's not even coming close to living up to that potential. For the most part, at least for now, all they seem to do is write a really strongly worded letter and then never follow that letter up. It's empty words, and empty words don't solve war. The only thing that solves war and wars is action. Now, after ending all of these wars and also earlier negotiating the Abraham Accords, which is a very big thing for which our country received no credit, never receives credit. Everyone says that I should get the Nobel Peace Prize for each one of these achievements. But for me, the real prize will be the sons and daughters who live to grow up with their mothers and fathers, because millions of people are no longer being killed in endless and unglorious wars. What I care about is not winning prizes, it's saving lives. We saved millions and millions of lives with the 7 wars. And we have others that we're working on, and you know that. Many years ago, a very successful real estate developer in New York, known as Donald J. Trump, I bid on the renovation and rebuilding of this very United Nations complex. I remember it so well. I said at the time that I would do it for $500 million, rebuilding everything. It would be beautiful. I used to talk about, I'm going to give you marble floors. They're going to give you terrazzo. I'm going to give you the best of everything. You're going to have mahogany walls. They're going to give you plastic. But they decided to go in another direction, which was much more expensive at the time, and which actually produced a far inferior product. And I realized that they did not know what they were doing when it came to construction, and that their building concepts were so wrong, and the product that they were proposing to build was so bad and so costly. It was going to cost them a fortune. And I said, and wait till you see the overruns. Well, it turned out to be right. They had massive cost overruns and spent between $2 and $4 billion on the building and did not even get the marble floors that I promised them. You walk on terrazzo. Do you notice that? As far as I'm concerned, frankly, looking at the building and getting stuck on the escalator, they still haven't finished the job. They still haven't finished. That was years ago. The project was so corrupt that Congress actually asked me to testify before them on the tremendous waste of money, because it turned out that they had no idea what it was, but they knew it was anywhere between $2 and $4 billion as opposed to $500 million with a guarantee. But they had no idea, and I said it cost much more than $5 billion. Unfortunately, many things in the United Nations are happening just like that, but on an even much bigger scale, much, much bigger. Very sad to see. Whether the UN can manage to play a productive role, I've come here today to offer the hand of American leadership and friendship to any nation in this assembly that is willing to join us in forging a safer, more prosperous world. And it's a world that we'll be much happier with. A dramatically better future is within our reach. But to get there, we must reject the failed approaches of the past and work together to confront some of the greatest threats in history. There is no more serious danger to our planet today than the most powerful and destructive weapons ever devised by man, of which the United States, as you know, has many. Just as I did in my first term, I've made containing these threats a top priority, starting with the nation of Iran. My position is very simple. The world's #1 sponsor of terror can never be allowed to possess the most dangerous weapon. That's why shortly after taking office, I sent the so-called Supreme Leader a letter making a generous offer. I extended a pledge of full cooperation in exchange for a suspension of Iran's nuclear program. The regime's answer was to continue their constant threats to their neighbors and U.S. interests throughout the region and some great countries that are right nearby. Today, many of Iran's former military commanders, in fact, I can say almost all of them, are no longer with us. They're dead. And 3 months ago, in Operation Midnight Hammer, 7 American B-2 bombers dropped the 14 30,000-pound each bombs on Iran's key nuclear facilities, totally obliterating everything. No other country on earth could have done what we did. No other country has the equipment to do what we did. We have the greatest weapons on earth. We hate to use them. But we did something that for 22 years people wanted to do. With Iran's nuclear enrichment capacity demolished, I immediately brokered an end to the 12-day war, as it's called, between Israel and Iran, with both sides agreeing to fight no longer. As everyone knows, I have also been deeply engaged in seeking a ceasefire in Gaza. Have to get that done. Have to get it done. Unfortunately, Hamas has repeatedly rejected reasonable offers to make peace. We can't forget October 7th, can we? Now, as if to encourage continued conflict, some of this body is seeking to unilaterally recognize a Palestinian state. The rewards would be too great for Hamas terrorists for their atrocities. This would be a reward for these horrible atrocities, including October 7th, even while they refuse to release the hostages or accept a ceasefire. Instead of giving to Hamas and giving so much, because they've taken so much, they have taken so much. This could have been solved so long ago. But instead of giving in to Hamas's ransom demands, those who want peace should be united with one message: release the hostages now. Just release the hostages now. Thank you. Thank you. As we have got to come together, and we will come together, got to get it done. We have to stop the war in Gaza immediately. We have to stop it. We have to get it done. We have to negotiate, immediately have to negotiate peace. We got to get the hostages back. We want all 20 back. We don't want 2 and 4. As you know, I got, along with Steve Witkoff and others that helped us, Marco Rubio, we got most of them back. We were involved in all of them. But I always said the last 20 are going to be the hardest, and that's exactly what happened. We have to get them back now. We don't want to get back 2, and then another 2, and then 1, and then 3. Have this process. No, we want them all back, and we want the actually 38 dead bodies back too. Those parents came to me and they want them back, and they want them back very quickly and very badly, as though they were alive. They want them. They want them every bit as much as if their son or daughter were alive. I've also been working relentlessly, stopping the killing in Ukraine. I thought that would be, of the 7 wars that I stopped, I thought that would be the easiest because of my relationship with President Putin, which had always been a good one. I thought that was going to be the easiest one. But, you know, in war, you never know what's going to happen. There are always lots of surprises, both good and bad. Everyone thought Russia would win this war in 3 days, but it didn't work out that way. It was supposed to be just a quick little skirmish. It's not making Russia look good. It's making them look bad. No matter what happens from here on out, this was something that should have taken a matter of days, certainly less than a week. And they've been fighting for 3.5 years and killing anywhere from 5,000 to 7,000 young soldiers, mostly soldiers, on both sides every single week. from 5 to 7,000 dead young people, and some in cities, much smaller numbers, where rockets are shot, where drones are dropped. This war would never have started if I were president. This was a war that should have never happened. It shows you what leadership is, what bad leadership can do to a country. Look what happened to the United States, and look where we are right now in just a short period of time. The only question now is how many more lives will be needlessly lost on both sides. China and India are the primary funders of the ongoing war by continuing to purchase Russian oil. But inexcusably, even NATO countries have not cut off much Russian energy and Russian energy products, which, as you know, I found out about 2 weeks ago, and I wasn't happy. Think of it. They're funding the war against themselves. Who the hell ever heard of that one? In the event that Russia is not ready to make a deal to end the war, then the United States is fully prepared to impose a very strong round of powerful tariffs, which would stop the bloodshed, I believe, very quickly. But for those tariffs to be effective, European nations, all of you are gathered here right now, would have to join us in adopting the exact same measures. I mean, you're much closer to the city. We have an ocean in between. You're right there. And Europe has to step it up. They can't be doing what they're doing. They're buying oil and gas from Russia while they're fighting Russia. It's embarrassing to them. And it was very embarrassing to them when I found out about it, I can tell you that. They have to immediately cease all energy purchases from Russia. Otherwise, we're all wasting a lot of time. So I'm ready to discuss this. We're going to discuss it today with the European nations, all gathered here. I'm sure they're thrilled to hear me speak about it, but that's the way it is. I like to speak my mind and speak the truth. As we seek to reduce the threat of dangerous weapons today, I'm also calling on every nation to join us in ending the development of biological weapons once and for all. And biological is terrible, and nuclear is even beyond, and we include nuclear in that. We want to have a cessation of the development of nuclear weapons. We know, and I get to view it all the time. Sir, would you like to see? And I look at weapons that are so powerful that we just can't ever use them. If we ever use them, the world literally might come to an end. There would be no United Nations to be talking about. There would be no nothing. Just a few years ago, reckless experiments overseas gave us a devastating global pandemic. Yet despite that worldwide catastrophe, many countries are continuing extremely risky research into bioweapons and man-made pathogens. This is unbelievably dangerous. To prevent potential disasters, I'm announcing today that my administration will lead an international effort to enforce biological weapons convention, which is going to be meeting with the top leaders of the world by pioneering an AI verification system that everyone can trust. Hopefully the UN can play a constructive role, and it will also be one of the early projects under AI. Let's see how good it is, because a lot of people are saying it could be one of the great things ever, but it also can be dangerous, but it could be put to tremendous use and tremendous good. And this would be an example of that. Not only is the UN not solving the problems it should, too often, it's actually creating new problems for us to solve. The best example is the number one political issue of our time, the crisis of uncontrolled migration. It's uncontrolled. Your countries are being ruined. The United Nations is funding an assault on Western countries and their borders. In 2024, the UN budgeted $372 million in cash assistance to support an estimated 624,000 migrants journeying into the United States. Think of that. The UN is supporting people that are illegally coming into the United States, and then we have to get them out. The UN also provided food, shelter, transportation, and debit cards to illegal aliens. Can you believe that? On the way to infiltrate our southern border. Millions of people came through that southern border. Just a year ago, millions and millions of people were pouring in, 25 million altogether over the 4 years of the incompetent Biden administration. And now we have it stopped, totally stopped. In fact, they're not even coming anymore because they know they can't get through. But what took place is totally unacceptable. The UN is supposed to stop invasions, not create them and not finance them. In the United States, we reject the idea that mass numbers of people from foreign lands can be permitted to travel halfway around the world, trample our borders, violate our sovereignty, cause unmitigated crime, and deplete our social safety net. We have reasserted that America belongs to the American people, and I encourage all countries to take their own stand in defense of their citizens as well. You have to do that because I see it. I'm not mentioning names. I see it, and I could call every single one of them out. You're destroying your countries. They're being destroyed. Europe is in serious trouble. They've been invaded by a force of illegal aliens like nobody's ever seen before. Illegal aliens are pouring into Europe. Nobody is ever, and nobody's doing anything to change it, to get them out. It's not sustainable. And because they choose to be politically correct, they're doing just absolutely nothing about it. And I have to say, I look at London where you have a terrible mayor, terrible, terrible mayor. And it's been so changed, so changed. Now they want to go to Sharia law, but you're in a different country. You can't do that. Both the immigration and their suicidal energy ideas will be the death of Western Europe if something is not done immediately. This cannot be sustained. What makes the world so beautiful is that each country is unique. But to stay this way, every sovereign nation must have the right to control their own borders. You have the right to control your borders, as we do now, and to limit the sheer numbers of migrants entering their countries and paid for by the people of that nation that were there and that built that particular nation at the time. They put their blood, sweat, tears, money into that country, and now they're being ruined. Proud nations must be allowed to protect their communities and prevent their societies from being overwhelmed by people they have never seen before, with different customs, religions, with different everything. Where migrants have violated laws, lodged false asylum claims, or claimed refugee status for illegitimate reasons, they should, in many cases, be immediately sent home. And while we will always have a big heart for places and people that are struggling and truly compassionate, answers will be given. We have to solve the problem, and we have to solve it in their countries, not create new problems in our countries. And we are very helpful to a lot of countries that are just not able to send their people anymore. They used to send them to us in caravans of 25, 30,000 people each. These massive caravans of people pouring into our country, totally unchecked and unvetted, but not anymore. According to the Council of Europe in 2024, almost 50% of inmates in German prisons were foreign nationals or migrants. In Austria, the number was 53% of the people in prisons were from places that weren't from where they are now. In Greece, the number was 54%. And in Switzerland, beautiful Switzerland, 72% of the people in prisons are from outside of Switzerland. When your prisons are filled with so-called asylum seekers who repaid kindness, and that's what they did, they repaid kindness with crime. It's time to end the failed experiment of open borders. You have to end it now. See, I can tell you, I'm really good at this stuff. Your countries are going to hell. In America, we've taken bold action to swiftly shut down uncontrolled migration. Once we started detaining and deporting everyone who crossed the border and removing illegal aliens from the United States, they simply stopped coming. They're not coming anymore. We're getting a lot of credit, but they're not coming anymore. This was a humanitarian act for all involved, because on the trips up, thousands of people a week were dying Women were being raped. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. Raped, horribly beaten, raped. On the trip up, the journey up, it was a long walk. It was a long, arduous journey, indeed. And it was also a historic victory against human trafficking throughout the region. What we did was a victory, and we saved so many lives of people that wouldn't make the journey. That journey was loaded up with death. Loaded up with death. Dead bodies all along the roads of jungles to get up. They go through jungles, they go through areas so hot you couldn't breathe. They were dying of suffocation, areas so hot that you couldn't breathe. Dead bodies all over. By them not coming, we're saving tremendous numbers of lives. My people have done a fantastic job in doing what they did, and the American public agrees with it. I mean, I was very proud to see this morning I have the highest poll numbers I've ever had. Part of it is because of what we've done on the border. I guess the other part is what we've done on the economy. Joe Biden's policies empowered murderous gangs, human smugglers, child traffickers, drug cartels, and prisoners from all over the world. The previous administration also lost nearly 300,000 children. Think of that. They lost more than 300,000 children, little children, who were trafficked into the United States on the Biden watch, many of whom have been raped, exploited, and abused, and sold. Sold. Nobody talks about that. The fake news doesn't write about it. With many others, young children who are missing or dead. And we found a lot of these children, and we're sending them back. And we've been sending them back to their parents. They said, nobody knows who they are. They said, where do you come from? And they'll give us a country, and we'll find out, and we'll figure it out, and we'll bring them back to their homes. And the mother and father rush to the door, and their tears in their eyes. They can't believe that they're seeing their son or daughter, their little son or daughter again. We've done almost 30,000 of them so far. Any system that results in the mass trafficking of children is inherently evil. Yet that is exactly what the globalist migration agenda has done, and it's what it's all about. In America, those days, as you know, are over. The Trump administration is working, and we are continuing to work to track down the villains that are causing this problem, and also, as I said, to get back the 30,000 we've already returned. Now I think we're going to have another. We're going to find a lot. You're not going to find all of them. 300, more than 300,000. They're lost or they're dead. They're lost or they're dead because of the animals that did this. To protect our citizens, I've also designated multiple savage drug cartels as far as you see this, and you see it happening right before your eyes. Let's put it this way. People don't like taking big loads of drugs in boats anymore. There aren't too many boats that are traveling on the seas by Venezuela. They tend not to want to travel very quickly anymore. And we virtually stopped drugs coming into our country by sea. We call them the water drugs. They kill hundreds of thousands of people. I've also designated multiple savage drug cartels as far as foreign terrorist organizations, along with two bloodthirsty transnational gangs, probably the worst gangs anywhere in the world, MS-13 and Tren de Aragua. Tren de Aragua is from Venezuela, by the way. Such organizations torture, maim, mutilate, and murder with impunity. They're the enemies of all humanity. For this reason, we've recently begun using the supreme power of the United States military to destroy Venezuelan terrorists and trafficking networks led by Nicolas Maduro. To every terrorist thug smuggling poisonous drugs into the United States of America, please be warned that we will blow you out of existence. That's what we're doing. We have no choice. Can't let it happen. They're destroying. I believe we lost 300,000 people last year to drugs, 300,000. Fentanyl and other drugs. Each boat that we sink carries drugs that would kill more than 25,000 Americans. We will not let that happen. Energy is another area where the United States is now thriving like never before. We're getting rid of the falsely named renewables. By the way, they're a joke. They don't work. They're too expensive. They're not strong enough to fire up the plants that you need to make your country great. The wind doesn't blow. Those big windmills are so pathetic and so bad, so expensive to operate. And they have to be rebuilt all the time, and they start to rust and rot. Most expensive energy ever conceived, and it's actually energy. You're supposed to make money with energy, not lose money. You lose money, the governments have to subsidize. You can't put them out without massive subsidies. And most of them are built in China, and I give China a lot of credit. They build them, but they very few wind farms. So why is it that they build them and they send them all over the world, but they barely use them? You know what they use? Coal. They use gas. They use almost anything, but they don't like wind. But they sure as hell like selling the windmills. Europe, on the other hand, is a long way to go, with many countries being on the brink of destruction because of the green energy agenda. And I give a lot of credit to Germany. Germany was being led down a very sick path, both on immigration, by the way, and on energy. They were going green and they were going bankrupt. And the new leadership came in, and they went back to where they were with fossil fuel and with nuclear, which is good. It's now safe. You can do it properly. But they went back to where they were, and they opened up a lot of different plants, energy producing plants, and they're doing well. I give Germany a lot of credit for that. They've said this is a disaster, what's happening. They were going all green. All green is all bankrupt. That's what it represents. And it's not politically correct. I'll be very badly criticized for saying it, but I'm here to tell the truth. I don't care. It doesn't matter to me. I'm in New York City. I'm feeling a lot safer. Crime, we're getting crime down. And by the way, speaking of crime, Washington, D.C. was the crime capital of America. Now it's after 12 days, it's a totally safe city. Everyone's going out to dinner. They're going out to restaurants. Your wife can walk down the middle of the street with or without you. Nothing's going to happen. My people have done a fantastic job. And yes, I called in the National Guard, and the National Guard took care of business, and they weren't politically correct, but they took care of business. We got 1,700 career criminals out, brought them back to where they came from, the countries where they came from, or put them in jails. Washington, D.C. is now a totally safe city again, and I welcome you to come. In fact, we'll have dinner together at a local restaurant, and we'll be able to walk. We don't have to go by an armor-plated vehicle. We'll walk right over there from the White House. They've given up their powerful edge, a lot of the countries that we're talking about in oil and gas, such as essentially closing the great North Sea oil. Oh, the North Sea, I know it so well. Aberdeen was the oil capital of Europe, and there's tremendous oil that hasn't been found in the North Sea. Tremendous oil. And I was with the Prime Minister I respect and like a lot, and I said, you're sitting with the greatest asset. They essentially closed it by making it so highly taxed that no developer, no oil company can go there. They have tremendous oil left, and more importantly, they have tremendous oil that hasn't even been found yet. And what a tremendous asset for the United Kingdom. And I hope the Prime Minister is listening, because I told it to him 3 days in a row. That's all he heard. North Sea oil, North Sea, because I want to see them do well. I want to stop seeing them ruining that beautiful Scottish and English countryside with windmills and massive solar panels that go 7 miles by 7 miles, taking away farmland. But we're not letting this happen in America. In 1982, the executive director of the United Nations Environmental Program predicted that by the year 2000, climate change would cause a global catastrophe. He said that it will be irreversible, as any nuclear holocaust would be. This is what they said at the United Nations. What happened? Here we are. Another UN official stated in 1989 that within a decade, entire nations could be wiped off the map by global warming. Not happening. You know, it used to be global cooling. If you look back years ago in the 1920s and the 1930s, they said, global cooling will kill the world. We have to do something. Then they said global warming will kill the world. But then it started getting cooler. So now they could just call it climate change because that way they can't miss. It's climate change. Because if it goes higher or lower, whatever the hell happens, there's climate change. It's the greatest con job ever perpetrated on the world, in my opinion. Climate change, no matter what happens, you're involved in that. No more global warming, no more global cooling. All of these predictions made by the United Nations and many others, often for bad reasons, were wrong. They were made by stupid people that have cost their countries fortunes and given those same countries no chance for success. If you don't get away from this green scam, your country is going to fail. And I'm really good at predicting things, you know. They actually said during the campaign, they had a hat, the best-selling hat. Trump was right about everything. And I don't say that in a braggadocious way, but it's true. I've been right about everything. And I'm telling you that if you don't get away from the green energy scam, your country is going to fail. And if you don't stop people that you've never seen before, that you have nothing in common with, your country is going to fail. I'm the president of the United States, but I worry about Europe. I love Europe. I love the people of Europe. And I hate to see it being devastated by energy and immigration. This double-tailed monster destroys everything in its wake, and they cannot let that happen any longer. You're doing it because you want to be nice. You want to be politically correct, and you're destroying your heritage. They must take control strongly and immediately of the unmitigated immigration disaster and the fake energy catastrophe before it's too late. The carbon footprint is a hoax made up by people with evil intentions, and they're heading down a path of total destruction. You know, the carbon footprint was a big, big thing a few years ago. I remember hearing about the carbon footprint, and then President Obama would get into Air Force One, a massive Boeing 747, and not a new one, an old one with old engines that spew everything into the atmosphere. He'd talk about the carbon footprint, we must do so. Then he'd get in and he'd fly from Washington to Hawaii to play a round of golf. And then he'd get back onto that big, beautiful plane and he'd fly back and he'd talk about, again, global warming and the carbon footprint. It's a con job. At extreme cost and expense, Europe reduced its own carbon footprint by 37%. Think of that. Congratulations, Europe. Great job. You cost yourself a lot of jobs, a lot of factories closed, but you reduced the carbon footprint by 37%. However, for all of that sacrifice and much more, it's been totally wiped out and then some by a global increase of 54%. Much of it coming from China and other countries that are thriving around China, which now produces more CO2 than all the other developed nations in the world. So all of these countries are working so hard on the carbon footprint, which is nonsense, by the way. It's nonsense. You know, it's interesting. In the United States, we have still radicalized environmentalists, and they want the factories to stop. Everything should stop. No more cows. We don't want cows anymore. I guess they want to kill all the cows. They want to do things that are just unbelievable, and you have it too. But you know, we have a border, strong, and we have a shape, and that shape doesn't just go straight up. That shape is amorphous when it comes to the atmosphere. And if we had the most clean air, and I think we do, we have very clean air. We have the cleanest air we've had in many, many years. But the problem is that other countries, like China, which has air that's a little bit rough, it blows. And no matter what you're doing down here, the air up here tends to get very dirty because it comes in from other countries where their air isn't so clean. And the environmentalists refuse to acknowledge that. Same thing with garbage. In Asia, they dump much of their garbage right into the ocean. And over about a 1 week and 2 week journey, it flows right past Los Angeles. You've seen it. Massive amounts of garbage, almost too much to do anything about, flowing past Los Angeles, past San Francisco. And then somebody will get in trouble because he dropped a cigarette on the beach. The whole thing is crazy. The primary effect of these brutal green energy policies has not been to help the environment, but to redistribute manufacturing and industrial activity from developed countries that follow the insane rules that are put down to polluting countries that break the rules and are making a fortune. They're making a fortune. European electricity bills are now 4 to 5 times more expensive than those in China, and 2 to 3 times higher than the United States. And our bills are coming way down. You probably see that our gasoline prices are way down. You know, we have an expression, drill,
Nós
baby, drill.
reduzimos
And
os
that's what we're
custos
doing.
de
We're going to be much
energia
lower in a year
porque
from now.
nós
But
faremos
they've come
como
way
a
down over the
expressão,
last year.
vamos fazer
As a
tudo
result,
isso, reduzir os
every
custos de energia
air conditioner
e os
is like
custos diminuíram nos Estados Unidos.
very uncommon to see one in some of these
Por
countries
exemplo,
because
se
the
você olhar
electric costs are so high. So while
nos
the U.S. has
países em
approximately
faturas de
1,300 heat-related deaths
nós não
annually, it's a lot.
climatizamos,
Europe loses
mas
more
nós
than
nos Estados Unidos
175,000 people to heat deaths
conseguimos
each year. Because the costs are so
usar
expensive, you
eles
can't
e
turn on an air
evitar
conditioner. What is that all about? That's
aumento
not
da
Europe.
temperatura,
That's not the Europe
porque é
that I
muito
love
caro
and
também
know.
usar
All
nada
in the
e
name
ninguém
of
usa
pretending to stop the global
isso.
warming hoax. The entire globalist
a
concept of asking successful industrialized nations to inflict
Esse
pain on
agenda
themselves
mundialista não
and
tem nenhum
radically
sentido.
disrupt their entire societies must be rejected
País
completely and totally, and it must be immediate.
Aumento da temperatura, porque é muito caro também usar nada e ninguém usa.
Pretending to stop, paying so much more than every country. Others weren't paying. China didn't have to pay until 2030. Russia was given an old standard that was easy to meet, a 1990 standard. But for the United States, we're supposed to pay like $1 trillion. And I said, this is another scam. The fact is, the United States has been taken advantage of by the world for many, many years, but not any longer, as you probably noticed. I unleashed massive energy production and signed historic executive orders to hunt for oil, but we don't have to do much hunting because we have the most oil of any nation anywhere, oil and gas in the world. And if you add coal, we have the most of any nation in the world. Clean, I call it clean, beautiful coal. You can do things today with coal that you couldn't have done 10 years ago, 15 years. So I have a little standing order in the White House. Never use the word coal, only use the words clean, beautiful coal. Sounds much better, doesn't it? But we stand ready to provide any country with abundant, affordable energy supplies if you need them, when most of you do. We're proudly exporting energy all over the world. We're now the largest exporter. In the United States, we want trade and robust commerce with all nations, everybody. We want to help nations. We're going to help nations. But it must also be fair and reciprocal. The challenge with trade is much the same with climate. The countries that followed the rules, all their factories have been plundered. It's really sad to watch. They've been broken. They've been broken by countries that broke the rules. That's why the United States is now applying tariffs to other countries, and much as these tariffs were for many years applied to us, uncontrollably applied to us. We've used tariffs as a defense mechanism under the Trump administration, including my first term, where hundreds of billions of dollars in tariffs were taken in. And by the way, we had the lowest inflation, and now we have very low inflation. The only thing different is that we have hundreds of billions of dollars flowing into our country. But this is how we will ensure that the system works for everyone and is sustainable into the future. We're also using tariffs to defend our sovereignty and security throughout the world, including against nations that have taken advantage of former U.S. administrations for decades, including the most corrupt incompetent administration in history, the sleepy Joe Biden administration. Brazil now faces major tariffs in response to its unprecedented efforts to interfere in the rights and freedoms of our American citizens and others, with censorship, repression, weaponization, judicial corruption, and targeting of political critics in the United States. I have a little problem saying this because I must tell you, I was walking in and the leader of Brazil was walking out. We saw him and I saw him, he saw me, and we embraced. And then I'm saying, can you believe I'm going to be saying this in just 2 minutes? But we actually agreed that we would meet next week. We didn't have much time to talk, like about 20 seconds. They were in retrospect, I'm glad I waited because this thing didn't work out too well. But we did talk. We had a good talk, and we agreed to meet next week, if that's of interest. But he seemed like a very nice man, actually. He liked me, I liked him. But if you, and I only do business with people I like. When I don't like them, I don't like them. But we had, at least for about 39 seconds, we had excellent chemistry. It's a good sign. But also in the past, Brazil, can you believe this? Unfairly tariffed our nation, but now because of our tariffs, we are hitting them back, and we're hitting them back very hard. As president, I will always defend our national sovereignty and the rights of American citizens. So I'm very sorry to say this, that Brazil is doing poorly and will continue to do poorly. They can only do well when they're working with us. Without us, they will fail, just as others have failed. It's true. Next year, the United States will celebrate the 250th anniversary of our glorious independence, a testament to enduring power and American freedom and spirit. We will also be proudly hosting the 2026 FIFA World Cup, and shortly thereafter, the 2028 Olympics, which is going to be very exciting. I hope you all come. I hope that countless people from all over the globe will take part of these will be great celebrations of liberty and human achievement, and that together we all can rejoice in the miracles of history that began in July 4th, 1776, when we founded the light to all nations. And it's something really that an amazing thing came out of that date. It's called the United States of America. In honor of this momentous anniversary, I hope that all countries who find inspiration in our example will join us in renewing our commitment, values, and those values really that we hold so dear together. Let us defend free speech and free expression. Let us protect religious liberty, including for the most persecuted religion on the planet today. It's called Christianity. And let us safeguard our sovereignty and cherish qualities that have made each of our nations so special, incredible, and extraordinary. In closing, I just want to repeat that immigration and the high cost of so-called green renewable energy is destroying a large part of the free world and a large part of our planet. Countries that cherish freedom are fading fast because of their policies on these two subjects. You need strong borders and traditional energy sources if you are going to be great again. Whether you have come from north or south, east or west, near or far, every leader in this beautiful hall today represents a rich culture, a noble history, and a proud heritage that makes each nation majestic and unique, unlike anything else in human history or any other place on the face of the earth. From London to Lima, from Rome to Athens, from Paris to Seoul, from Cairo to Tokyo and Amsterdam to right here in New York City, we stand on the shoulders of the leaders and legends, generals and giants, heroes and titans who won and built our beloved nations, all of our nations, with their own courage, strength, spirit, and skill. Our ancestors climbed mountains, conquered oceans, crossed deserts, and trekked over wide open plains. They charged into thunderous battles, plunged into grave dangers, and they were soldiers and farmers and workers and warriors and explorers and patriots. They built towns into cities, tribes into kingdoms, ideas into industries, and small islands into mighty empires. You're a part of all of that. They were champions for their people who never gave up and who never, ever gave in. Their values defined our national identities. Their visions forged our magnificent destiny. Everybody in this room is a part of it in your own way. Each of us inherits the deeds and the myths, the triumphs, the legacies of our own heroes and founders who so bravely showed us the way. Our ancestors gave everything for homelands that they defended with pride, with sweat, with blood, with life, and with death. Now the righteous task of protecting the nations that they built belongs to each and every one of us. So together, let us uphold our sacred duty to our people and to our citizens. Let us protect their borders, ensure their safety, preserve their cultures, treasure, and traditions, and fight, fight, fight for their precious dreams and their cherished freedoms. And in friendship and really a beautiful vision, let us all work together to build a bright, beautiful planet, a planet that we all share, a planet of peace and a world that is richer, better, and more beautiful than ever before. That can happen. It will happen. It will happen, and I hope it can happen and start right now, right at this moment. We'll turn it around. We're going to make our countries better, safer, more beautiful. We're going to take care of our people. Thank you very much. It's been an honor. God bless the nations of the world. Thank you very much. Bye.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the United States,
Please be seated. Please be seated.
Excellencies, could you please take your seats in due respect to the next speakers? The second row, could you please take your seat right now? Please take a seat now. With due respect to the next speakers, I would kindly ask you, gentlemen in the left row, please take your seats. We will continue. Excellencies, as we are receiving queries, I would like to assure you that don't worry, the UN teleprompters are working perfectly. And by this technical note, I would like to call on the next speaker. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Prabowo Subianto, President of the Republic of Indonesia. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
His Excellency, Mr. Antonio Guterres, Secretary General of the United Nations, Her Excellency, Madame Annalena Baerbock, President of the United Nations General Assembly, His Excellency, Mr. Moses Abelian, Under Secretary General for General Assembly and Management, Excellencies, Heads of States, Heads of Governments, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. It is indeed a great honor for me to stand in this august General Assembly Hall among leaders and representatives who represent almost all of humanity. We differ in race, religion, and nationality, yet we gather together today as one human family. We are here first and foremost as fellow human beings, each created equal, endowed with unalienable rights to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. The words of the United Nations Declaration of Independence have inspired democratic movements across continents, including the French Revolution, the Russian Revolution, the Mexican Revolution, the Chinese Revolution, and Indonesia's own struggle and journey to freedom. It also gave birth to the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, adopted by the United Nations in 1948. All men are created equal was the creed that opened the way to unprecedented global prosperity and dignity. And yet, in our own era of scientific and technological triumphs, an era capable of ending hunger, poverty, and environmental ruin, we also continue to face today grave dangers, challenges, and uncertainties. Human folly, fueled by fear, racism, hatred, oppression, and apartheid, threatens our common future. My country knows this pain. For centuries, Indonesians lived under colonial domination, oppression, and slavery. We were treated less than dogs in our own homeland. We Indonesians know what it means to be denied justice and what it means to live in apartheid, to live in poverty, and to be denied equal opportunity. We also knew what solidarity can do in our struggle for independence, in our fight to overcome hunger, disease, and poverty. The United Nations stood with Indonesia and gave us vital assistance. Decisions made here based on human solidarity by the Security Council and this assembly gave Indonesia independence, international legitimacy, opened doors, and supported our early development through the efforts of the United Nations Children Fund, the United Nations Food and Agriculture Organization, the FAO, the World Health Organization, and many, many other United Nations institutions. And because of that, Indonesia today stands on the cusp of shared prosperity and greater equality and dignity. Madam President, Excellencies, our world today is driven by conflict, injustice, and deepening uncertainty. Every day we witness suffering, genocide, and blatant disregard for international law and human decency. In the face of these challenges, we must not give up. As the United Nations Secretary General said, we cannot give up. We cannot surrender our hopes or our ideals. We must draw closer, not drift apart. Together, we must strive to achieve our hopes, our dreams. The United Nations was born from the ashes of the Second World War that claimed scores of millions of lives. It was created to secure peace, security, justice, and freedom for all. We remain committed to internationalism, to multilateralism, and to every effort that strengthens this great institution. Today, Indonesia is nearer than ever before to meeting the sustainable development goals of ending extreme poverty and hunger. Because years ago, this very chamber chose to listen and uphold social and economic justice. We will never forget. And today, we must never be silent while Palestinians are denied that same justice and legitimacy in this very hall. Excellencies, Thucydides warned, the strong do what they can, the weak suffer what they must. We must reject this doctrine. The United Nations exist to reject this doctrine. We must stand for all, the strong and the weak. Might cannot be right. Right must be right. Indonesia today is one of the largest contributors to United Peacekeeping Forces. We believe in the United Nations. We will continue to serve where peace needs guardians, not with just words, but with boots on the ground. If and when the United Nations Security Council and this great assembly decide Indonesia is prepared to deploy 20,000 or even more of our sons and daughters to help secure peace in Gaza or elsewhere, in Ukraine, in Sudan, in Libya, everywhere when the peace needs to be enforced, peace needs to be guarded, we are ready. We will take our share of the burden, not only with our sons and daughters, we are also willing to contribute financially to support the great mission to achieve peace by the United Nations. Madam President, Excellencies, I propose to this assembly a message of hope and optimism, grounded in action and execution. Today, we heard the speech of Madam President, the President of the United Nations General Assembly. Yes, it is true what she said. Without the International Civil Aviation Organization, will we be here today? Will we sit in this great hall? Without the United Nations, we cannot be safe. No country can feel secure. We need the United Nations, and Indonesia will continue to support the United Nations. Even though we still struggle, but we know the world needs a strong United Nations. The world's population is growing. Our planet is under strain. Food, energy, and water insecurity haunt many nations. We choose to answer these challenges directly at home and to help abroad wherever we can. This year, Indonesia recorded the highest rice production and grain reserves in our history. We are now self-sufficient in rice, and we are starting now to export rice to other nations in need, including providing rice for Palestine. We are building resilient food supply chains, strengthening farmer productivity, investing in climate-smart agriculture to ensure food security for our children and for the children of the world. We are confident in a few years' time, Indonesia will be the granary of the world. As the world's largest island state, we testify before you that we are already experiencing the direct consequences of climate change, particularly the threat of rising sea levels. The sea level on the north coast of our capital city is increasing by 5 centimeters every year. Can you imagine in 10 years? Can you imagine in 20 years? For this, we are forced to build a giant seawall, 480 kilometers in length. It will take us maybe 20 years, but we have no choice. We have to start now. Therefore, we choose to confront climate change, not by slogans, but by immediate steps. We are committed to meeting our 2015 Paris Agreement obligations. We aim to achieve net zero emission by 2060, and we are very confident we can achieve net zero emission much earlier. We aim to reforest more than 12 million hectares of degraded forest, to reduce forest degradation, to empower local communities with quality green jobs for the future. Indonesia is shifting decisively from fossil fuel-based development towards renewable-based development. From next year, most of our additional power generation capacity will come from renewables. Our goal is clear: to lift all of our citizens out of poverty and make Indonesia a hub for solutions to food, energy, and water security. Madam President, Excellencies, we live in a time when hatred and violence can seem to be the loudest voices. But beneath this loud noise lies a quieter truth, that every person longs to be safe, to be respected, to be loved, and to leave a better world to their children. Our children are watching. They are learning leadership, not from textbook, but from our choices. Today, still, a catastrophic situation in Gaza is unfolding before our eyes. At this very moment, the innocent are crying for help, are crying to be saved. Who will save them? Who will save the innocent? Who will save the old and women? Millions are facing danger at this very moment. As we sit here, they are facing trauma. They are facing irreparable damage to their bodies. They are dying of starvation. Can we remain silent? Will there be no answer to their screams? Will we teach them that the human family can rise to the challenge? Madam President, we must act now. Many speakers said that. We must stand for a multilateral order where peace, prosperity, and progress are not the privilege of a few, but the right of all. With a strong United Nations, we can build a world where the weak do not suffer what they must, but live the justice that they deserve. Let us continue humanity's great journey of ideals, the selfless aspirations that created the United Nations. Let us use science to uplift, not use science to destroy. Let rising nations help others to lift themselves. I am convinced that the leaders of the great world civilizations of the West, of the East, of the North, of the South, leaders of America, Europe, of India, China, the Islamic world, the whole world, I am convinced they will rise to their role demanded by history. We are all hopeful that the leaders of the world will show great statesmanship, great wisdom, restraint, humility, overcome hate, overcome suspicion. Madam President, distinguished delegates, we are greatly heartened by the events of the last few days, where significant leading countries of the world have chosen to side with history, to choose the right side of history, the path of the moral high ground, the path of rectitude, the path of justice, the path of humanity, to shun hatred, to overcome suspicion, and to avoid the use of violence. The use of violence will beget violence. No one country can bully the whole community of the human family. We may be weak individually, but the sense of oppression, the sense of injustice has proven in the history of mankind that this sense of injustice, this sense of oppression will unite into a strong force that will overcome this oppression, that will overcome this injustice. To close, I would like to reiterate again Indonesia's complete support for the two-state solution in Palestine. We must have an independent Palestine, but we must also recognize, we must also respect, and we must also guarantee the safety and security of Israel. Only then we can have real peace, and no longer hate and no longer suspicion. The only solution is this two-state solution. Two descendants of Abraham must live in reconciliation, peace, and harmony. Arabs, Jews, Muslims, Christians, Hindus, Buddhists, all religions, we must live as one human family. Indonesia is committed to being part of making this vision a reality. Is this a dream? Maybe, but this is the beautiful dream that we must work together towards. Let us work towards this noble goal. Let us continue humanity's journey of hope, a journey started by our forefathers, a journey that we must complete. Thank you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Shalom. Om Santi, Santi, Santi Om. Namo Buddhaya. Thank you very much. May God bless us all. May peace be upon us. Thank you very much.
Thank you. On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Republic of Indonesia. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Recep Tayyip Erdogan, President of the Republic of Turkey. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Sayın Başkan,
Excellency
değerli
President of UNGA,
devlet ve hükümet başkanları,
Excellencies, Heads of State and Government,
Sayın Genel Sekreter,
Distinguished Secretary
kıymetli
General,
delegeler,
Distinguished
sizleri
Delegation Members,
şahsım ve milletim
on behalf
adına
of myself and
en
my
kalbi
nation, I
duygularımla
greet you all with
selamlıyorum.
most heartfelt feelings.
Birleşmiş Milletler
I wish
80.
for the
Genel
80th
Kurulu'nun
United
tüm
Nations
insanlık
General
için
Assembly to
hayırlara
bring
vesile
blessings to
olmasını
all humanity.
temenni ediyorum. İnsanlığın ortak vicdanını temsil
I'm
eden
deeply honored
bu
to
kürsüden
address you once again from this
sizlere bir
podium,
kez daha hitap
which
etmekten
represents the collective
büyük bir
conscience of
bahtiyarlık duyuyorum.
humanity.
Genel Kurul Başkanlığını tamamlayan
I congratulate
Sayın
Mr. Young,
Young'ı
who
tebrik ediyor.
has completed
Bu
his
görevi
term as
devralan
President of the General
Sayın
Assembly,
Berbok'a
and I wish
başarılar
success to
diliyorum.
Ms. Baerbock, who has
Konuşmamın hemen
taken
başında
over this position.
Filistin'in giderek artan sayıda ülke
At the outset
tarafından
of my
tanındığı
speech,
bir
I would like to
dönemde
first express my
Filistin
regret
Devlet
at the
Başkanı
absence today
Sayın
of the
Mahmud
President
Abbas'ın
of the State
bugün
of Palestine,
bizzat
Mahmud
aramızda
Abbas,
olamayışından
when
duyduğum
Palestine
üzüntüyü
is being
ifade etmek istiyorum.
recognized by an increasing number of
Biz
countries.
bugün bu kürsüde
Today,
kendi
we stand here
vatandaşlarımızla
on this
birlikte
podium. I
sesi
stand here on
kısılmak
this
istenen
podium
Filistin
alongside
halkına
my
tercüman olmak
86
için
million
de
citizens,
bulunuyoruz.
also for our
Filistin
Palestinian
devletini
brothers and
tanıyacağını
sisters
açıklayan
whose voices are
tüm
being silenced.
ülkelere teşekkür ediyor. Henüz bu kararı
I'd
almayan
like to
devletleri
thank all
ise
the countries
bir an
who
önce
announced that they
harekete
recognize the
geçmeye
state of
çağırıyorum.
Palestine, and I call
Sayın
on all
Başkan,
the other countries
değerli
who
üyeler,
have not done so yet
Birleşmiş
to do
Milletler
so, to
şartı
recognize
bundan
the state of
80 yıl
Palestine
önce
as soon as
San
possible.
Francisco'da imzalandı
Distinguished President,
ve
distinguished members,
24 Ekim
the United Nations Charter
1945'te
was signed in San
yürürlüğe
Francisco
girdi.
8 years ago, and it
Birleşmiş
entered into
Milletler
force on
Kuruluş
October the
Şartı'nın
24th,
ilk
1945.
maddesinin ilk
I
kelimelerini
would like to recall here
burada
again the first
tekrar
words of the
hatırlatmak
first
isterim.
article of the UN Charter.
Birleşmiş Milletler'in amacı
The purpose
uluslararası
of
barış
the United
ve
Nations is
güvenliği
to maintain
korumaktır.
international peace and
Evet,
security.
bizler
Unquote.
bu salonda Birleşmiş
As
Milletler'in
we celebrate the 80th anniversary
80.
of the
yaşını
UN in
kutlarken
this hall, grave
dünyanın
events are
birçok
unfolding
bölgesinde
in many parts
kuruluş
of the world
şartının
that
ilk
cast a shadow
maddesinin
over the
ilk
very first words
kelimelerine
of
gölge
the
düşürecek
UN Charter's
vahim
opening
hadiseler yaşanıyor.
article.
Özellikle Gazze'de gözlerimizin önünde
Particularly in Gaza,
700 günü
right
aşkın bir
before our very
süredir
eyes,
soykırım
genocide has been going
devam
on
ediyor.
for over
Biz
700 days
toplantı
now.
halindeyken dahi
Even as we
Gazze'de
gather here, as we
şu
speak
anda
now,
siviller
Israel is currently
katlediliyor.
massacring civilians in
Gazze'de
Gaza.
ölen sivillerin sayısı
The number of civilian
65
casualties
bini
in
geçti.
Gaza has surpassed
Enkaz altında
65,000.
kaç cenazenin olduğu
Unfortunately,
henüz
the number of
bilinmiyor.
people who are still trapped under the
Ölenlerin
rubble
20
is
binden
not yet
fazlası
known,
çocuk.
and more than 20,000
İsrail
of those who
tarafından
died
Gazze'de
children.
son 23 aydır
For the last
her
23
saat,
months,
evet,
a child
saat
has been murdered by
çocuk
Israel in
acımasızca
Gaza every
hayattan
hour. Yes,
kopartılıyor.
every hour.
Bunlar sayı değil dostlar.
These are not just figures,
Hepsi birer
dear
can,
friends. All
birer
of these, each one
masum
of
insan.
these is a
Şu anda
person, a
sadece
human being,
silahlarla
innocent
değil,
people. People are now being
açlık
killed not with
silahıyla da
weapons,
insanlar
but with the
öldürülüyor.
weapon of starvation.
21. yüzyılda medeni
In the
dünyanın
21st
bakışları
century,
altında
under the gaze of the
146
civilized
çocuk,
world, 428
428
people
kişi
died of starvation.
açlıktan
Out of
hayatını
those
kaybetti
428,
ve sayı her geçen gün
146
artıyor.
were children.
Şimdi
And
size
this number is increasing
Gazze'deki
every day.
günlük hayatı anlatan
Now,
bir fotoğraf
I will show you a
göstereceğim.
photo, which is a picture from daily life in
Birinci
Gaza.
fotoğraf
The first photo,
gördüğünüz gibi
as you see,
ellerinde
these are
leğenli
people.
kadınlar.
These are women
Lütfen
with
hepimiz
these cups that they are
elimizi
holding in their
vicdanımıza koyup
hands, cups
cevap
and
verelim.
buckets. Just
2025
feel your
yılında
conscience and answer the
bir
following
gaddalığın
question.
makul bir sebebi
Can we possibly have
olabilir
a
mi?
reasonable reason
Fakat
for this
insanlık
brutality
adına
in
bu utanç
2025?
manzarası Gazze'de
This
23 aydır
shameful
her gün
picture in Gaza
tekrar
has been
ediyor.
unfolding and is being repeated
365
every day
kilometre
for
kare içinde
23
yaşayan
months now.
2,5 milyon
And
Gazze'li
there are
her
2.5
gün
million
yerinden
Gazans
ediliyor.
who live
Her
in
gün bir başka
365
bölgeye
square
göçe
kilometers. And every day,
zorlanıyor.
what happens
Gazze'nin
is
sağlık
they are
altyapısı
being
tamamen
dragged from one
çökmüş
place
durumda.
to another. The
Doktorlar
healthcare
öldürüldü
infrastructure
ya
of
da
Gaza
gözaltına
is
alındı.
completely collapsed. Doctors have
Ambulanslar
been killed
vuruldu.
or they have
Hastaneler
disappeared
bombalandı.
while under custody.
Yıkıldı.
Ambulances have been hit.
Tedavi
Hospitals
mümkün değil.
targeted and destroyed.
Operasyon
Treatment
mümkün
is
değil.
not possible. Surgery
İlaç
is not
bulmak
possible. It's
mümkün
not
değil.
possible to find
Dostlar,
medications.
bakın
Now, dear
Tayyip
friends,
Erdoğan olarak
now, as
içim
Tayyip
yanarak,
Erdoğan, with a
içim kan
heavy
ağlayarak
heart,
söylüyorum.
with my heart
Henüz
bleeding here,
2-3
I'm telling you,
yaşındaki elleri,
innocent
kolları,
little ones,
bacakları
just 2
olmayan
or 3 years
masum
old,
yavrucuklar
without hands,
bugün
arms,
maalesef
or legs,
Gazze'nin
have
olağan
become,
fotoğrafı haline
unfortunately,
gelmiştir.
a common sight to see in Gaza.
Buna hangi
This
vicdan dayanır?
What kind of a human conscience can
Hangi vicdan
possibly
buna
bear this?
sessiz kalabilir?
Possibly.
Çocukların
How can
açlıktan,
one stay silent vis-a-vis this?
ilaçsızlıktan öldüğü bir dünyada
In a world where
huzur olur
children
mu?
are dying of starvation and lack of
Hepimiz
medication, can we possibly
anne
have calm
babayız.
and peace? We all are
Üzerine
parents.
titrediğimiz
We have
evlatlarımız,
children
torunlarımız
or
var.
grandchildren
Burada,
who we dearly cherish.
Amerika'da,
Here,
Avrupa'da,
say in
dünyanın her
America
yerinde
or in Europe, everywhere
bir
in the
çocuğun
world,
eline
when a
küçük
small
bir
rose
diken
thorn
batsa
hurts a
anne
child's
babaların
hand,
yüreği
the
yanıyor.
hearts of
Ama
parents
Gazze'de
break. But in
çocukların
Gaza,
elleri,
children's
kolları,
hands, arms, and
bacakları
legs are
anestezi
being amputated
yapılmadan
without
ampute ediliyor.
anesthesia.
Kimse kusura bakmasın ama
Now, I'm extremely
bu
sorry to say,
insanlığın
but this
dip noktası.
represents the lowest point of
İnsanlık
humanity.
tarihi son bir asırda
Human
böyle
history
bir vahşet
has not witnessed
görmemiş.
such bloodshed within the last century.
Her şey gözümüzün
All
önünde
of
cereyan
this
ediyor.
is happening before our very eyes.
Gazze'deki soykırım
The genocide
medya,
in Gaza
sosyal
is
medya
being
aracılığıyla
broadcast
her an canlı olarak
live every
yayınlanıyor.
moment through the
İsrail
media and social media.
şu ana kadar Gazze'de
So far,
ulusal
Israel
ve
has
uluslararası
deliberately
basında
killed
çalışan
250
250
journalists
gazeteciyi
working in national and
kasıtlı
international
olarak
media in
öldürdü.
Gaza.
Gazze'ye tüm girişleri yasakladı.
And
Ama yine de
they
soykırımı
have closed
gizleyemedi.
all the entrance
Filistin
into Gaza,
topraklarında
but they still have not
devam
been able to
eden
cover up the genocide.
soykırıma her fırsatta
I
dikkatlerini çeken
wholeheartedly support
Genel
Secretary General
Sekreter
Guterres
Sayın
because he
Guterres'i
consistently draws
gönülden
attention to the
destekliyorum.
ongoing
Cesareti için
genocide
kendisini
in Palestinian
bir kez
territories,
daha
and I would
tebrik
like to once
ediyorum.
again congratulate him for his courage.
Ancak
But
Birleşmiş Milletler
the
Gazze'de
United
kendi
Nations has
çalışanlarını
not
dahi
even been able to
maalesef
protect its own
koruyamamış.
personnel in Gaza.
Gazze'de insanlara yardım için
Unfortunately.
koşturan 500
In
kişi
Gaza, 500
öldürülmüştür.
people rushing to help others
ve
have
bunların
been killed. Out
326'sı
of those 500,
Birleşmiş Milletler personeli.
326 were
Sayın
UN
Başkan,
staff members.
Değerli üyeler,
Esteemed President,
bakınız
distinguished members,
soykırım tıpkı
Now,
Holocaust gibi insanların toplu halde iması
genocide,
için
like the
kullanılan
Holocaust, is a
utanç
shameful
verici,
concept which
insanlık
refers
dışı
to the mass
barbarca bir
extermination of
kavramdır.
people. It's a
Oysa
barbaric
bugün
concept.
Gazze'de
Today,
sadece insanlar öldürülmüyor.
It's not only people who are being killed in
Gazze'de
Gaza,
hayvanlar
mind you.
hedef alınarak
Animals
öldürülüyor.
are being targeted and
Gazze'de
killed in Gaza.
tarım alanları, bahçeler,
In Gaza,
ağaçlar,
agricultural land,
otlar,
gardens,
Gazze'de
trees, grass,
asırlık zeytin ağaçları
century-old olive
yok
trees
ediliyor.
are being destroyed.
Gazze'de
In Gaza,
sular yok ediliyor.
water supplies are being
Kirletiliyor.
destroyed and
Gazze'de
polluted.
binalar, evler,
Buildings,
kütüphaneler,
homes,
hastaneler,
libraries,
okullar,
hospitals,
camiler,
schools, mosques,
kiliseler,
churches,
tarihi yapılar
and historical
bilinçli bir
structures in
şekilde
Gaza are being
yıkılıyor.
deliberately destroyed.
Gazze'nin toprağı insan içinde,
The soil
hayvan
of
içinde,
Gaza is being
bitki
rendered
içinde
useless for humans,
artık işe
for animals,
yaramaz
and for
hale
plants.
getiriliyor. İşte Sizlere
So
bir başka fotoğraf
now
daha.
let me show you yet another
Şimdi size
photo.
soruyorum.
And let me ask you
Elimdeki
here.
şu fotoğrafın
Look at this
güvenlik arayışıyla ne ilgisi var?
What could this photo here
Bunun
possibly
adı
have to do with security
canlıya
concerns?
düşmanlık. Hayata
This is being
düşmanlık değil.
against,
Bu kürsüden
life.
açık açık ifade ediyorum.
don't you think?
Gazze'de
Let
bir
me
savaş
state
yok.
this openly from this podium.
Gazze'de
There is
iki
no war
taraftan
in Gaza.
söz edilemez.
We cannot possibly talk about the
Gazze'de bir
presence
yanda
of two sides in
elinde en
Gaza.
modern,
Because
en
in
öldürücü
Gaza, on
silahlar
one
olan
side, there is a
İsrail
regular
ordu,
army with
diğer
the most
tarafta ise
modern, most lethal
masum
weapons.
siviller,
And on the other
masum
hand, there are
çocuklar var.
innocent civilians,
Bu
innocent
terörle
children.
mücadele değildir.
This is not fight
Bu
against
7 Ekim
terrorism.
olayı öne sürülerek yürütülen bir işgal, tehcir,
This is an occupation,
sürgün,
deportation,
soykırım, daha
exile,
doğrusu bir
genocide,
toplu
and
kıyım
life
politikasıdır.
destruction, mass destruction
Bugün
policy
Gazze,
carried out by
Hamas
invoking the
bahanesiyle
events of
yok
October the
edilirken
7th.
eş
Today,
zamanlı
while
olarak
Gaza is being destroyed
Hamas'ın
under the
yönetimde
pretext of
olmadığı
Hamas,
Batı Şeria'da
concurrently,
adım adım
simultaneously,
işgal
the
edilmekte,
West Bank, where Hamas
infazlarla
is not in power,
masum siviller
is also being occupied
katledilmektedir.
step by step, and
Üstelik
innocent
İsrail,
civilians are being
Gazze
massacred through
ve Batı
executions.
Şeria ile
Moreover,
sınırlı kalmıyor.
Israel is not limiting
Suriye'ye,
itself to Gaza and the
İran'a,
West Bank only.
Yemen'e,
By launching attacks
Lübnan'a
on Syria,
saldırılar
on Iran,
düzenleyerek
Yemen, and
bölge
Lebanon,
barışını da
Israel
tehdit ediyor.
is also
En
threatening
son
regional peace.
arabulucu
Just
Katar'da
recently, an Israeli
ateşkes
attack took
müzakereleri
place
için
against a
toplantı
delegation,
yapan heyete
delegation
İsrail
meeting in
saldırısı
Qatar for
gerçekleşmiştir.
ceasefire negotiations.
Katar'a yönelik saldırı
The
göstermiştir ki
attack on Qatar
İsrail
has also
yönetimi
shown that
tamamen
the Israeli leadership
kontrolü
is now
kaybetmiştir.
completely out of control.
Netanyahu'nun barış yapmaya da rehineleri
Netanyahu
kurtarmaya da niyetinin
is
olmadığı
not obviously
bir kez daha
interested in forging
anlaşılmıştır.
peace or releasing
Sadece
the
komşuları değil,
hostages.
Orta Doğu'daki
Not only
tüm ülkeler
Israel's neighbors,
İsrail
but all
hükümetinin
countries in the Middle
pervasız
East are
tehditlerine
subject to the Israeli
muhatap oluyor.
government's reckless
Şunun da
threats.
farkına varalım.
And we must realize,
İsrail'in artan
following.
saldırganlığı sebebiyle Avrupa başta
due to
olmak
the
üzere
increasing aggression
Batı'da
of
İkinci
Israel
Dünya Savaşı sonrası
in Europe and
ortaya
the West
çıkan
in general,
değerlerde
the values
çok
that
ağır
emerged after
yara
the Second
almıştır.
World War have been
en temel
eroded.
insan hakları, ifade
The
özgürlüğü,
most fundamental
basın
human rights,
özgürlüğü,
such as freedom of
gösteri ve
expression,
protesto
freedom of
özgürlüğü,
the press,
kadın
freedom of
hakları,
assembly and protest,
çocuk
women's
hakları,
rights, children's rights,
demokrasi,
democracy,
eşitlik,
equality
adalet
and
gibi
justice
kavramlar
have
rafa
been
kaldırılmış.
shelved away.
Gelinen noktada
At this point,
hepimiz
we all
şu
have to
gerçeği
see
görmek zorundayız.
the following
Değerli
truth,
dostlar,
my dear friends.
vaat edilmiş topraklar
The Israeli
saplantısıyla
government,
hareket
driven by an
eden
obsession with
İsrail
the
yönetimi
promised lands,
yayılmacı bir
is openly
politikayla
threatening
bölge
regional peace
barışına
and
ve
shared
insanlığın
values of
müşterek kazanımlarına kastetmektedir. 3 semavi dinin kutsal beldesi,
three celestial
insanlığın
religions.
ortak mirası olan Kudüs-ü Şerif
Jerusalem
bu radikalizmin doğrudan
hosts three celestial
hedefi.
religions and
vicdan sahibi
a common
Musevileri de
inherited
rahatsız eden,
holy place.
onların da tasvip etmediği
Is
dahası
holy for all
tüm
three
dünyada
religions.
antisemitizmi körükleyen bu
This
cinnet hali
madness disturbs
artık
conscientious Jews.
daha
It
fazla
fuels anti-Semitism
devam
around the
edemez.
world. We cannot continue with this madness anymore.
Gazze'de ateşkes bir an önce sağlanmalı,
We have to have
saldırılar
ceasefire in
durmalı,
Gaza as soon as possible.
insani
Attacks
yardımların
should stop.
engelsiz girişine
Humanitarian aid
mutlaka
should be able to
izin
enter with
verilmeli.
no obstacles.
soykırım kadrosunun uluslararası
genocide
hukuka hesap vermesi
Team
temin
should be held
edilmeli.
accountable vis-a-vis
İnşallah
international law.
bu mutlaka
And God
gerçekleşecek.
willing, this will definitely
Gazze'de yaşanan barbarlığa karşı
vis-a-vis the
sesini
barbarity
yükseltmeyen,
taking place in
tavır
Gaza.
almayan herkes
Everyone
bu
who is keeping
vahşetin
silent
sorumluluğuna ortak.
is accomplice to this
Buradan
barbarity.
bütün devlet ve
From
hükümet
here, I would
başkanlarına
like to call on
samimiyetle
all the heads
sesleniyorum.
of state and
Gün bugün.
government. Today is the
Gün
day
insanlık adına Filistinli
Today
mazlumların
is the
yanında
to to stand
Dimdik
firm
durma
alongside the
günüdür.
oppressed Palestinians and
Halklarınız
alongside humanity.
Gazze'deki barbarlığa tepki
While your
gösterirken
peoples back
gelin
home are reacting to the
sizler de
barbarity in
adım
Gaza,
adım
do
cesaretinizi
show the
gösterin.
courage to take action here.
Çocukları büyüttüğü Gazze'ye
Fulfill your
karşı
humanitarian duty
insanlık
toward Gaza,
görevinizi
where
yerine
children
getirin.
are raising
Bu
children.
vesileyle dünyanın farklı
On
ülkelerinde
this occasion,
Gazze'li mazlumlara sahip çıkmak için meydanları dolduran
I would like to say
Gazze'li
the following.
masumlara
There
destek
are
olmak için
peoples all around the world who
denizlere
are taken to the
yelken açan
streets.
akademisyeniyle, sanatçısıyla,
Unarmed activists and
siyasetçisiyle,
volunteers from different
aktivistiyle,
countries of the world,
öğrencisiyle,
academicians,
tüm
students,
Filistin
journalists,
savunucularına
everyone,
en
all the
kalbi
defenders of
selamlarımı yolluyorum.
Palestine. I would like to say to them, thank you so much. And clear bows
Kıymetli
and
delegeler,
favorable winds
13
for
yıl
their
boyunca
actions.
sizlere
Esteemed
bu
delegation
kürsüden
members,
komşumuz
13
Suriye'de
years,
yaşanan
I
zulümden
have spoken to you
ve
from this
çatışmalardan
platform about the oppression and conflicts in our
nasıl
neighbor
bugün
Syria.
Gazze'li mazlumlar için
Just as I
sesimizi
raise my voice
yükseltiyorsak
today for the oppressed
13
people
yıl
of Gaza,
süresince de
likely
Suriyelilerin
for
feryatlarına
13 years,
dikkat
I
çek.
have also drawn attention to the
Burada onların
cries
da
of the Syrians,
sesi,
and
nefesi
here
oldu.
I became their voice
1 milyon
and
insanın
breath as well.
hayatına, milyonlarcasının
The
da
persecution
vatanlarını
that caused
terk
the deaths of
etmesine
1
sebep olan
million
zulüm
people and
8
that
Aralık
forced millions
devrimiyle
more to
birlikte
flee their
hamdolsun
homeland has,
artık
thankfully,
tarihe
become a
karıştı.
thing of the past.
Suriyeli
With the
kardeşlerimiz
December 8th
8
revolution,
Aralık
our
tarihi
Syrian brothers
itibariyle
and sisters
yeni bir dönemin
opened the doors to a new
kapılarını
period
açtılar.
as of December the 8th.
Eli kanlı bir rejime karşı
I believe that the
mücadeleyi
people of
kazanan
Syria who
Suriye
fought against a
halkı
bloodthirsty
inanıyorum ki
regime will
büyük
also be
bedeller
able to
ödeyerek
carry the victory
elde
they
ettikleri
achieved at
zaferi
great
de
cost
inşallah
to its
menziline
rightful place,
ulaştıracaktır.
God willing.
DAEŞ başta olmak üzere terörün
We'll
hiçbir
support with
çeşidinin
all our
olmadığı,
means the vision of a
güvenliğin
one
tesis
and unified
edildiği
Syria
bir
with
ve
no
bütün
forms of
Suriye
terrorism,
vizyonunu
especially
tüm
ISIS,
imkanlarımızla
being present.
destekleyeceğiz. Suriye'de istikrar
A free
kökleştikçe
Syria where security is
şüphesiz
established is what we
bunun
want.
kazananı
As stability takes root in
Suriyelilerle
Syria,
birlikte
the winners
komşu ülkeler,
for sure
tüm
will be all
bölgemiz
the neighboring
olacak.
countries, our entire region along
Körfez'deki
with Syrians.
kardeş ülkelere de
And the
Suriye'nin
brotherly countries in the
toparlanmasına
Gulf,
verdikleri katkılar
I would
için
like to thank them for their
teşekkürlerimi
contributions
iletiyorum.
for
Bizimle
Syria to
aynı
recuperate.
ilkeleri paylaşan tüm bölgesel
All the
ve
regional and
uluslararası
international
aktörlerle
actors who share the same
işbirliğimizi
principles with us,
inşallah
God
aynı
willing,
şekilde
we will continue
sürdüreceğiz.
with our cooperation with all those
Değerli dostlar,
actors in the same manner.
komşumuz
Esteemed
İran'la
friends,
ilgili nükleer dosyanın
we hope
bir an
that the
evvel
nuclear
diplomasi
issue with
yoluyla
our neighbor Iran will
çözülmesini
be resolved through
temenni ediyorum.
diplomacy as soon as possible.
unutulmamalıdır
It should
ki
not be forgotten
bölgemiz
that our
yeni bir
region
krizi
cannot
daha
tolerate yet
kaldıramaz.
another crisis.
Komşumuz Irak'ın istikrarı,
The stability,
güvenliği
security,
ve
and
refahı
prosperity of our neighbor
bölgemizin
Iraq
selameti
are
bakımından
extremely important
fevkalade
for the well-being
önemlidir.
of our region.
Kalkınma yolu projesi gibi kolektif refahı
In this
önceleyen
regard, we attach great
stratejik
importance to
hamlelere
strategic
bu
moves
bakımdan
based on stability
büyük
and
önem
prosperity,
atfediyoruz.
such as the
Kuzeyde
development path
her
project.
ikisi de komşumuz
In the
olan
north, we are
Rusya
hosting with
ve Ukrayna
great
arasında
enthusiasm the Istanbul process
İstanbul
between
sürecine
Russia and
büyük bir
Ukraine,
iştiyakla
both of
ev
which
sahipliği
are
yapıyoruz.
our neighbors.
Doğrudan görüşmeler sayesinde
Through
çok
direct
sayıda
talks, we
esirin
facilitated
ve
the
naaşın
exchange of several
mübadelesine
prisoners and
aracılık ettik.
corpses, and we
Taraflar
worked to
arasında
identify the
barış
modalities of
müzakerelerinin modalitelerini
peace
belirlemeye çalıştık.
negotiations between the
Unutmayın,
parties.
savaşın kazananı
forget,
adil bir barışın
There
kaybedeni
is no
olmaz
winner of war
şiarıyla
and
önümüzdeki
no
dönemde
losers
de
of a just
ateşkes
peace.
için
So with this
çaba
motto in mind, in the
göstermeye
coming days
devam
also,
edeceğiz.
we will continue to work hard for a
Azerbaycan
peaceful
ve
ceasefire.
Ermenistan arasında barışın
Meanwhile,
tesisi için
We have
tarafları
encouraged the parties from the
başından
very
bu yana
beginning to establish peace
cesaretlendirdik.
between Azerbaijan
8
and
Ağustos
Armenia.
tarihinde iki ülke arasında kalıcı
We are
barışa
pleased
giden
that steps were
adımların
taken on
atılmasından
August the 8th,
memnuniyet duyuyoruz.
steps that will enable the
Azerbaycan
establishment of
Cumhurbaşkanı
lasting peace
Sayın
between the two
Aliyev ile
countries.
Ermenistan
I would like to
Başbakanı
once again
Sayın
congratulate the President of
Paşinyan başta
Azerbaijan,
olmak üzere
İlham Aliyev, the
sürece
Prime Minister
katkıda
of
bulunan
Armenia, Nikol
Amerikan
Pashinyan,
Başkanı
and
Sayın
the American
Trump'ı
President Donald
burada
Trump, who
bir kez daha
contributed to
tebrik
this
ediyorum.
process, and I would like to
Bu
congratulate them.
vesileyle ülkemizle Ermenistan
On
arasındaki
this occasion, I would also
normalleşme
like to state
sürecinin
that the
kendi
normalization
rayında
process between
ilerlediğini
our
de
country and
ifade
Armenia
etmek
is
isterim.
progressing
Diğer
as
bir
planned.
arabuluculuk faaliyetimiz olan Ankara süreci kapsamında
Within the scope of the
Somali
Ankara
ile
process,
Etiyopya
another
arasındaki
of our
ihtilafın
mediation
halline
activities,
yönelik
we continue our
gayretlerimizi
efforts to resolve
sürdürüyoruz.
the conflict between
Tarafların
Somalia and
bu
Ethiopia.
girişimi
hope
hızla
that the parties
başarıyla
will successfully
neticelendirmelerini
conclude this genuine
temenni
initiative
ediyorum.
as soon as possible.
Değerli delegeler,
Distinguished
Karadeniz'de
delegation members,
güvenliğin teminatı olan Montreux
we have been
Sözleşmesi'ni
implementing the
tam
Montreux
89 yıldır
Convention, which
tarafsızlık
guarantees
içinde
security in the Black Sea.
harfiyen
And we have been
uygulamaktayız.
implementing this
Ege
this
Denizi'ni
convention impartially
ve
and
Doğu
to the letter
Akdeniz'i
for exactly
ilgili
89
tüm
years now.
tarafların meşru
We want to see
menfaatlerine
the
riayet
Aegean Sea
edilen
and the Eastern
bir
Mediterranean
istikrar
as a basin
ve
of
refah
stability and
havzası olarak
prosperity
görmek
where the
istiyorum.
legitimate interests
Enerji
of all parties
ve
involved are
çevre
respected.
başta olmak üzere her
We
konuda
are ready for
yapıcı
constructive
işbirliğine hazırız.
cooperation on all issues,
Komşularımızdan
particularly on
da
energy and the
aynısını
environment, and
bekliyoruz.
we expect the same approach from our
Bu
neighbors.
vesileyle
On this
Doğu
occasion,
Akdeniz'de
I
Türkiye'yi
would like to
ve
particularly
Kuzey Kıbrıs
underline that
Türk
projects
Cumhuriyeti'ni
which
dışlayan
exclude
projelerin
Türkiye and the
başarılı
Turkish Republic of
olamayacağını
Northern Cyprus
burada
in the Eastern
özellikle
Mediterranean,
vurgulamak
such
istiyorum.
projects which include
Kıbrıs
exclude us
adasının
will not be
batısında
successful.
Türkiye'nin hak ve
Turkey has
yetkileri
rights and
adanın
authority in the western
etrafındaki
part of the
alanlarda
island
ise
of Cyprus,
Kıbrıs
while
Türklerinin
the Turkish
meşru
Cypriots have
hakları
legitimate rights in the
daha
areas
evvel de
surrounding
teklif
the island.
ettiğimiz Doğu
An
Akdeniz
Eastern
Konferansı
Mediterranean
müşterek bir
Conference,
zeminin
which we have
bulunmasına
proposed before,
katkı
would
yapacak.
contribute to finding
Kıbrıs
common ground.
meselesinin çözümü daha önce defalarca denenmiş
Resolving the
ancak
Cyprus
Rum
issue
tarafının
has been tried many
uzlaşmaz
times
tutumu
before,
nedeniyle
but
tüketilmiş federasyon modeli üzerine bina edilemez. Kıbrıs adasında iki
due to the
ayrı
rigid stance
devlet
of the Greek
ve
Cypriot side,
iki
no
ayrı
resolution has
halk
been
var.
found. We cannot possibly
Kıbrıs Türkleri
have this as a foundation
adanın
for a
eşit
resolution
sahibidir
of the issue.
ve
There are two
azınlık
separate
olmayı
states and two
kabul
separate peoples on
etmeyecek.
the island of Cyprus. Turkish
Uluslararası
Cypriots are
toplum,
equal owners of the island
Kıbrıs
and they will
Türklerinin
not accept being a
yarım
minority.
asırdır maruz
The international
bırakıldıkları
community must put an end to
haksız
the unfair and
izolasyona
inhumane
artık
isolation that the
son
Turkish
vermelidir.
Cypriots have been subjected
Son
to for
3
half a
Birleşmiş
century now.
Milletler Genel Kurulu'nda yaptığım
I
çağrıyı
reiterate the
bugün
call
bir
I
kere
made
daha
at the
tekrarlıyor.
last three UN General
Uluslararası
Assemblies.
toplumu Kuzey
Let me
Kıbrıs
repeat. I
Türk
call on the
Cumhuriyeti'ni
international community to
tanımaya,
recognize the Turkish
diplomatik,
Republic of
siyasi
Northern Cyprus
ve
and to
ekonomik
establish
ilişkiler kurmaya
diplomatic, political
davet
and
ediyorum.
economic relations
Sayın
with it.
Başkan,
Esteemed President,
Sayın Başkan, değerli üyeler, önümüzdeki
distinguished
dönemde
members, in the coming period,
Türkiye-Avrupa Birliği
we
ilişkilerinde
desire a new
yeni
beginning
bir
and vision
başlangıç
in
ve
Turkey-European Union
vizyon
relations.
arzuluyoruz. Bu vizyon günü
This
kurtaran
should
değil,
not be a vision that just
ufku
saves the
yeniden
day,
tayin
but
eden,
rather a
ortak
vision that
geleceğimizi
redefines the
şekillendiren
horizon and
bir
shapes our
vizyon
shared
olmalıdır.
future.
Bunun için elbette
For this,
Avrupa
it is
Birliği'nin de
of course
bizim
important
kadar
that the European
istekli
Union is
ve
as willing
kararlı
and
olması
determined as we are.
mühimdir. Net güvenlik sağlayıcısı bir ülke
As a
olarak
net security provider,
Birleşmiş Milletler,
we continue to
NATO,
contribute to the
AGİ
operations and
ve
missions of
Avrupa
the United
Birliği'nin
Nations,
harekat
NATO,
ve misyonlarına
OIC,
katkılarımızı
the
sürdürüyoruz.
European Union.
2026 yılındaki NATO zirvesini
The annual NATO summit
Ankara'da
next year
toplayacağız.
will be held in Turkey.
NATO
Ankara.
müttefikimiz Amerika Birleşik Devletleri ile
The USA, who is our
ilişkilerimizi
NATO ally.
ticaret
Our relations with
yatırım,
them are continuing
enerji
on trade,
ve
investments,
savunma sanayi
energy,
başta olmak üzere
defense industry,
birçok alanda
in addition
güçlendiriyoruz.
to other many areas.
Ata
And we're
yurdumuz
strengthening our
Orta
relations with
Asya'daki
them.
kardeş
Meanwhile, we
ülkelerimizin
attach great
barış,
importance to the peace,
istikrar
stability,
ve
and
refahı
prosperity of
bizim
our
için
brotherly countries in
vazgeçilmezdir.
Central Asia,
Türk
which is
Devletleri
our
Teşkilatımız
ancestral homeland.
bölgesel bir çatı olmanın ötesine
Our
geçerek
organization of Turkic
küresel bir
states
aktör
is
olma
moving
yolunda
forward with
ilerliyor.
confidence on the path to becoming a
Köklü
global
beşeri
actor,
bağlarımızın
going
olduğu
beyond being merely a
Balkanlarda
regional umbrella.
barışın ve istikrarın sürmesi için
We are making intensive
yoğun
efforts to ensure the
gayret
continuation
içindeyiz.
of peace and stability in
Temmuz
the
ayında
Balkans,
ihdas
where we have
ettiğimiz
strong historical,
Balkan
cultural, and people ties.
Barış
The
Platformu
Balkan
bu
Peace
yöndeki
Platform, which we
çabalarımızın
established in
en
July,
yeni örneği.
is the newest and most
KFOR
concrete manifestation
komutanlığı
of our
görevini
efforts in
de
this direction.
bu yıl
And
Ekim ayında bir kez daha
this October,
üstleneceğiz.
we'll once again assume the
Afganistan'daki
command of
yönetimin
KFOR forces.
toplumu
In
kuşatıcı,
Afghanistan,
dikkate alan
our
bir
fundamental
anlayış
desire is that
sergilemesi
the current administration demonstrates
arzumuzdur.
an approach that embraces
Yeniden
the society
toparlanma
and
sürecinde
that takes human
uluslararası
values into
toplumun
consideration.
Afgan
In
halkını
this process, it is
yalnız
essential that the international
bırakmaması,
community does not leave
Türkiye
Afghan people alone,
ve Türk milleti olarak
and
Afgan kardeşlerimizin
Turkey
her
and
daim
as the Turkish
yanında
nation
olmaya
will
devam
stand by
edeceğiz.
the Afghan people
Değerli dostlar, Güney Asya'da
at all
barış ve
times. Esteemed
istikrarın
friends, in
muhafazasını
South Asia,
son derece
we
önemli
consider the
görüyoruz.
preservation of peace and
Nisan
stability
ayında
to be of utmost
Pakistan
importance.
ve
We
Hindistan
are pleased
arasındaki
with the
çatışmaya varan
ceasefire achieved
bu
following
gerilimde
the tensions
varılan
last April
ateşkesten
between Pakistan and
memnuniyet
India.
duyuyoruz.
The tension which had
İki ülke
escalated into
arasında
a conflict.
terörle mücadelede işbirliğini önemsiyoruz.
It is important to see a
Keşmir
cooperation between the
meselesinin
two countries when it
Birleşmiş
comes to
Milletler
counterterrorism.
Güvenlik Konseyi
The
kararları
issue of
temelinde
Kashmir should
Keşmirli
be
kardeşlerimizin
resolved on
beklentileri
the basis of
ekseninde
resolutions of the
diyalogla
UN
çözülmesini
for the best for
destekliyoruz.
our brothers and sisters in
Afrika
Kashmir
kıtasıyla
through dialogue. we hope.
eğitimden sağlığa,
In the
altyapıdan
continent of
ticarete
Africa,
kadar
from education
geniş bir
to
yelpazede
health, from infrastructure
ilişkilerimiz
to
yıldan yıla
other areas,
güçleniyor.
our
Somali'nin terörle
relations are
mücadelesine
improving.
gereken her türlü
annually.
desteği verirken insani yardım faaliyetlerimizi de
And while providing all
sürdürüyor.
possible support to Somalia,
Sudan'da
we are also
2
continuing
yılı
our
aşkın
humanitarian
süredir
and
devam
aid
eden
activities. In
çatışma
Sudan, the
ortamı
conflict that has
bizleri
been going on for over
ziyadesiyle
2 years
üzmektedir.
saddens us deeply.
Sudan'da akan kanın durması ve
Stopping the
sürdürülebilir
bloodshed
barışın
in Sudan
tesis
and establishing
edilmesi
sustainable peace is
uluslararası
the shared
toplumun
responsibility
ortak
of the
sorumluluğu.
international community.
Bizim bu yöndeki
And
çabalarımız
Turkey's efforts in
devam
this
edecek.
direction will continue.
Büyük Göller Bölgesi
The Great Lakes
yıllardır
region
süren
has suffered
istikrarsızlık
greatly
ve
from
çatışmalardan
years of ongoing
ziyadesiyle
instability and
müzdarip olmuştur.
conflict.
Kongo Demokratik Cumhuriyeti'nin doğusunda yaşanan
Our hope is
çatışmalar
that these conflicts
bir an
in the
önce
east of the Democratic
çözülmelidir.
Republic of the Congo will
Amerika'nın
give way
ara
to lasting
buluculuğu
peace and
ve
stability.
Katar'ın
We wholeheartedly
kolaylaştırıcılığında
support the
yürütülen
efforts being carried
gayretleri
out under the mediation
samimiyetle
of the
destekliyoruz.
US and the
Batı
facilitation of
Afrika'da
Qatar.
bilhassa
The
sahil
increasing
havzasında
terrorist activities
artan
in West
terör
Africa,
faaliyetlerini de
particularly in the
endişeyle
Sahel Basin,
takip
are
ediyoruz.
also of great
Tarihi
concern to us.
bağlarımızın bulunduğu bu
We will
bölge
continue our
halklarının
unwavering
huzura
efforts to ensure
ve
peace,
istikrara kavuşmaları
tranquility,
için
and stability
çabalarımız
for the peoples of
devam
this region
edecek.
with whom we share
İlhamını
historical ties.
çift başlı
Drawing
Selçuklu
inspiration
kartalından
from the
alan
historical
bizim de
double-headed
360
Turkish
derecelik
Selçuk Eagle,
yaklaşımla yürüttüğümüz
I would like to emphasize that our
dış
relations with
politikasında
Asian countries
Asya
and Turkish
ülkeleriyle
foreign policy
ilişkilerimiz
are of
büyük
great
stratejik
importance.
öneme sahip.
We pursue a
Yeniden
360-degree approach
Asya
in this policy.
girişimimiz çerçevesinde
Within the framework
ASEAN
of our Return
başta
to
olmak
Asia
üzere
initiative, we
bölgesel
are deepening our
kuruluşlarla
engagement with
angajmanımız
regional
giderek
organizations
derinleşiyor.
such as
Latin
ASEAN,
Amerika
the Indian
ve
Ocean Rim
Karayipler bölgesiyle
Association, for
münasebetlerimizi
example. We will
ortaklık
continue to
ruhuyla
develop new
ve
partnerships with
kazan
Asian
kazan
countries, and we
yaklaşımıyla
attach great importance
geliştirmeye
to developing
büyük
our
önem
relations with
atfediyoruz.
Latin America and the Caribbean
Bölgedeki
region in a
tüm
spirit of
ülkelerle
partnership and a
kurmuş
win-win
olduğumuz
approach.
dostane
We are
bağları
determined to
daha
further
ileriye
strengthen
taşıma
the friendly
irademiz
ties we have
bakidir.
established with all the countries in the region.
Kıymetli delegeler,
Esteemed delegation
uluslararası
members,
ticarette artan korumacılık
increasing
eğilimleri
protectionist
ve
trends in
tedarik
international trade
zincirlerinde
and
yaşanan
disruptions in
kırılmalar
supply chains
dünya
are
ekonomisinde
leading to
esaslı
fundamental
değişimlere
changes in the
yol
global
açıyor.
economy.
Mevcut sınamalarla başarılı mücadele
To
için
successfully
Dünya
address current
Ticaret
challenges,
Örgütü'nün yer
we
aldığı
support
kurallara
reform
dayalı
of rules-based
uluslararası
international trade,
ticaretin reforme
including the
edilmesini
World Trade
destekliyoruz.
Organization.
Ucuz, güvenli ve
I believe
sürdürülebilir
access to
enerjiye
affordable,
erişimi
safe and sustainable
özellikle
energy is
gelişmekte
essential,
olan
particularly
ülkelerin
for developing
kalkınma
countries
hedeflerinin
to be able to
gerçekleştirilmesi
achieve
için
their development goals.
vazgeçilmez buluyorum. Çin'den Avrupa'ya uzanan ve stratejik
We
önemi
are
haiz
resolutely advancing
pazar
the
geçişli
strategically important
Doğu-Batı
Trans-Caspian
ortak
East-West
koridoru
Middle
projesini
Corridor project,
ilerletiyoruz.
which extends
Modern
from China
ulaştırma
to Europe.
altyapımız ve Bakü
We contribute
Tiflis
to the
Kars
development of
hattıyla
world trade with
dünya
our modern
ticaretinin
transportation
gelişimine
infrastructure and the
katkı sunuyoruz.
Bakü-Tbilisi-Kars
Tabiata saygılı
line.
bir gelecek inşa
On
etme
our journey
hedefiyle
to build a future that
çıktığımız
respects
yolda
nature, we are
2053
moving forward with
net
determination
sıfır
towards the
emisyon hedefine doğru
2053 net
kararlılıkla
zero emission
ilerliyoruz.
target.
Eşim Emine Erdoğan'ın himayesinde yürüyen
We are pleased
sıfır
to
atık
observe that the
hareketinin
zero waste
tüm
movement
dünyada
under the
her yıl
patronage
dalga
of
dalga
my
büyüyen,
wife Emine
daha
Erdoğan
fazla
has
insana
grown in
ve
waves
kalbe
around the world
ulaşan
every
bir
year,
farkındalık
reaching
halkasına
more
dönüştüğünü
people
görmek
and
bizim için
hearts.
ayrı bir bahtiyarlıktır. Bu süreçte gelişmiş ülkelerin
In this process,
sorumluluklarını
it is
yerine
no longer a
getirmesi
choice for
artık
developed countries
bir
to fulfill
tercihten
their
öte
responsibilities.
yükümlülük haline
It has
gelmiştir.
now become an obligation
Dünyada
for
en
them.
fazla kalkınma yardımı yapan
As one of the
ülkelerden biri
countries
olarak
providing the most
Birleşmiş
development
Milletler'in
aid in the world, we are
sürdürülebilir
striving to
kalkınma
achieve the
hedeflerine
UN
ulaşılması
Sustainable
için
Development
çaba
Goals.
harcıyoruz. 2030 hedeflerine erişmek ve dünyanın dört bir yanındaki
To
yüz
achieve the
milyonlarca insanı
2030 goals
onurlu yaşama
and to enable
kavuşturmak
hundreds
için
of millions of people
küresel
around the world to live
finansman
with dignity,
mimarisinin
we advocate
kimseyi
for aligning the
geride
global
bırakmama
financial
anlayışıyla
architecture with the
uyumlu hale
principle of
getirilmesini
leaving no one
savunuyoruz.
behind.
Burada şunu da
And here,
özellikle
let me also
dikkatinizi
particularly
çekerek
draw
söylemek
your
istiyorum.
attention to
Biz
the following.
jeopolitik sınamalarla uğraşırken
While
insanlık
we grapple with
yapay
geopolitical
zeka
challenges,
alanında
humanity is also
olağanüstü bir
witnessing an
sıçramaya
extraordinary
şahitlik
leap
ediyor.
forward in artificial
Çığır açan bu
intelligence, AI.
teknolojilerin dönüştürücü gücü
The
ve
transformative
sunduğu
power and
nimetlerden
the benefits
hiçbir
offered by these
toplumun
technologies,
mahrum
no
bırakılmaması
society should
gerekiyor.
be deprived of
Yapay
these
zeka
benefits.
teknolojileri yeni bir
AI
tahakküm aracı
technologies
olarak
should
değil,
be used for
insanlığın
the benefit
lehine
of humanity,
kullanılmalıdır.
not as a new
Ev
tool of
sahipliğini
domination.
yaptığımız en az gelişmiş ülkeler
The
için
UN Technology
Birleşmiş
Bank for the
Milletler
least developed countries, which
Teknoloji
we host
Bankası
in Turkey,
dijital
plays a
ve
critical role
teknolojik
in
açığın
closing the digital
kapatılmasında
and
kritik rol
technological
oynuyor.
gap.
Hazırladığımız ve evrensel mutabakatla yakında imzayı açacağımız
We have prepared
dijital dünyada çocuk hakları sözleşmesinin
Children's
bu
Rights
alanda
Convention in the
küresel bir
digital world,
farkındalık
and we will
oluşturacağına
soon open
inanıyor.
this up for ratification.
Çabalarımıza
I'm sure this will
güçlü
create
desteğinizi
a lot of awareness in
bekliyoruz.
this area,
Diğer taraftan
and we expect your
ırkçılık,
support for this. On
yabancı
the other
karşıtlığı
hand, in
ve bilhassa
today's
İslam
world, where
düşmanlığının
racism,
vahim
xenophobia,
boyutlara
and
ulaştığı
particularly
günümüzde
Islamophobia have
bir
reached
arada
alarming levels,
yaşama kültürünü tehdit
combating
eden
these trends
bu
that
akımlarla
greatly
mücadele
threaten the cultural
insanlık için
coexistence has now
zaruret
become
halini
an essential
almıştır.
duty for humanity.
Medeniyetler İttifakı Yüksek
It is
Temsilcisi
significant that
Sayın
Mr. Moratinos,
Moratinos'un
High Representative of
Birleşmiş
the Alliance
Milletler
of
Genel
Civilizations,
Sekreterinin
has also been appointed as
İslamofobi
the
ile
UN
mücadele
Secretary General's
özel
Special Envoy
elçisi
on
olarak da
combating
atanması
Islamophobia.
kıymetlidir. Geçen sene burada ifade ettiğim gibi
As
aile
I
kurumu
stated here last year, the
günümüzde daha önce
institution
hiç
of the
olmadığı
family
kadar
is under threat
tehdit
today as
altındadır.
never before.
Kadın ve erkekten oluşan
Defending the
aileyi
family,
savunmak
consisting
aynı
of a
zamanda
woman and a
insanı,
man, means
fıtratı,
defending
yaşamı
humanity,
ve
defending nature,
geleceği savunmak
life,
demektir.
and the future.
Türkiye olarak artan saldırılar
Turkey will
karşısında
continue to
aileyi
defend the
savunmaya
family in
devam
the face
edeceğiz.
of ever increasing attacks.
Kıymetli delegeler,
Distinguished delegation members,
insanlığın bir daha savaş felaketi yaşamaması için
the roots of the
kurulan
UN
Birleşmiş
established to
Milletler'in
prevent
kökleri
humanity from
içinde
experiencing
bulunduğumuz
the disaster of war
karanlık
again
döneme
are
ışık
filled with
tutacak
values
değerlerle
that will
doludur.
eliminate the dark
Genel
era we
Sekreter
are in.
Sayın Guterres'in teşkilatımızı
We fully
etkin
support
ve
the
verimli hale
UN
getirmek
80
amacıyla
initiative
başlattığı
launched by Secretary
Birleşmiş
General
Milletler
Guterres to make
80
our
girişimine
organization more
desteğimiz
effective and
tamdır.
more
Bu
efficient.
girişimin Birleşmiş Milletler'in tüm faaliyetlerini daha da
I hope this
güçlendirecek
initiative
bir süreç
succeeds
olarak
as a process that
başarıya
will further
ulaşmasını
strengthen all
temenni
the
ediyorum.
activities of
Bu
the UN.
sürece İstanbul'u bir Birleşmiş
I
Milletler
express our
merkezi
readiness to
haline
provide strong
getirme
support to this
vizyonumuzdan
process,
da
also
hareketle
driven by our vision
güçlü
of
destek
making
vermeye hazırız.
Istanbul a UN
80.
hub.
yılda Birleşmiş Milletleri kuruluş ruhuna döndürecek
I sincerely
adımları
believe that
atmak
it is our shared
hepimizin
responsibility to
ortak
take steps
sorumluluğudur.
that will restore the
Biz
founding spirit of the UN
güçlünün haklı olduğu
in
değil,
its 80th year. We
haklının
will
güçlü
continue to
olduğu
say
bir sistem kurulana kadar dünya 5'ten
the
büyüktür
world is
demeye
bigger than
devam
five
edeceğiz.
until a system is established where the righteous are powerful, not the powerful are righteous.
Görevimiz sistemi
Our
terk
duty
etmek
is
değil,
not to abandon the system,
varmak,
but rather to
yeniden
repair it
işler hale
and to
getirmek.
make it work again.
Hiç şüphesiz
Without a doubt,
daha adil
a
bir
more
dünya
just, a
mümkündür.
fairer world is
Türkiye
possible.
daha adil bir
Türkiye
dünyanın
will
inşası
patiently
için
continue its fight for the
mücadelesini
construction of
sabırla
a more just
devam
world.
ettirecektir. Rabbim yar ve
So,
yardımcımız
may God
olsun
help
diyorum.
and aid us
Hepinizi
all.
bir kez
Once
daha
again,
sevgi
let me
ve
greet you all
saygıyla selamlıyorum.
kind
Kalın
regards and
sağlıcakla.
thank you.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Republic of Turkey, Assembly will hear an address by Her Excellency Dina Ercilia Boluarte Segara, President of the Republic of Peru. I request protocol to escort Her Excellency and invite her to address the Assembly.
Señora Presidenta de la Asamblea
Madam
General,
President of the
Annalena
General
Baerbock.
Assembly, Annalena Baerbock,
Señor Secretario General de las
Secretary
Naciones
General of
Unidas,
the United Nations, Antonio Guterres,
señoras
ladies
y señores,
and gentlemen,
jefes de Estado
heads of state,
y señoras presentes en esta magna
ladies
asamblea.
and gentlemen present
El
here
Perú
in this august forum.
Es el centro y cuna de
Peru is
grandes
the center and
civilizaciones
cradle
milenarias,
of great millennial
siendo la
civilizations,
última
the last
el
of which
imperio de
was
los
the
Incas,
Inca Empire,
que dejó
which
un
left
legado
us
de
a
grandeza.
legacy of greatness.
Somos herederos
We are
asimismo
also heirs
del
of
virreinato
the
del Perú, que
Viceroyalty
abarcó
of
las
Peru,
2/3
which
partes
encompassed
de
2/3
América
of
del
South
Sur.
America.
Somos un país mestizo,
We are a mestizo
mezcla
nation,
fundamental
a
entre
fundamental
hispanos
mix
y
between
andinos,
Hispanic and Andean
orgulloso
peoples,
de ser heredero
proud to
de
be
los
the
más
heirs
grandes
of the two
imperios de
greatest
Europa y
empires
América
of Europe
del
and
siglo
America
XVI.
of the 16th century.
El pueblo peruano
The
es
Peruvian
hoy
people today
resiliente,
are resilient,
emprendedor, solidario,
entrepreneurial,
amante
supportive,
de la paz,
and lovers of
la
peace,
libertad y la
freedom,
democracia.
and democracy.
Nuestros grandes
Our great writers,
escritores, Mario Vargas
Mario
Llosa
Vargas Llosa
y José
and
María
José María
Arguedas,
Arguedas,
compartieron la idea
shared the idea
de que el Perú
that
es
Peru
país
is a
de
country
todas
of
las sangres.
all bloods.
Nuestra identidad expresa
Our identity
creativamente que somos
creatively
la unidad
expresses that we are
de los
the unity
diversos,
of the diverse,
unidos bajo la misma
united
roja y
under the
blanca
same
bandera
red and
peruana.
white Peruvian flag.
En nuestro país
In our country,
viven los pueblos
native
originarios y los
peoples
pueblos
and
del
peoples
mundo
of the
en
world
paz
live together
y unidad
in peace and
como una
unity
gran síntesis del
as a
Perú,
great synthesis.
país en el que vivió y trabajó
Peru,
durante
The
40
country
años
in
el Papa
which
León
Pope Leo
XIV,
XIV lived
nacionalizado
and worked in
peruano,
for 40
por su
years,
profundo
a
amor a
naturalized
nuestra
Peruvian
gente,
because of his deep love
tanto
for
por
our
su
people,
carácter
both
solidario y
for his
pacífico
supportive
como
as well
por
as
su fe
his
católica
peaceful
y
disposition
cristiana.
and his Catholic and Christian faith.
Todos los estudios señalan
All studies
que somos el
indicate
país más
that we are the
emprendedor
most
del mundo,
entrepreneurial
razón
country in the world,
por la cual después de la
which
pandemia
is
del
why, after the
COVID-19, que por
COVID-19
una
pandemic,
pésima
that
administración
due to
gubernamental
poor government
alcanzó
administration,
más de 2
claimed
millones
more
de
than 2
fallecidos.
million lives.
Nos hemos empezado a
But we have
recuperar,
begun
logrando
to
hoy
recover,
más de 17 meses
and
de
today
crecimiento
we look back on more
consecutivo
than 17
de
months
nuestra
of
economía.
consecutive
Hemos
economic growth.
derrotado la
We have
recesión y la
overcome the
inflación
recession and
originada por la
inflation
violencia
caused by
política
political
y
violence
por la
and by
corrupción.
corruption,
Un golpe de
a
Estado
failed
fallido
coup d'etat,
y la fuga de más de
and the
20
flight
mil
of more than
millones de
$20
dólares
billion
entre los años
that was between
2021 y
2021 and
2023.
2023.
Hemos recuperado la
We
confianza
have
de la inversión nacional,
regained
pero
the trust of
también
national but also
del extranjero,
of foreign
y
investment,
abrazado
and
a la
we
libertad.
have embraced freedom.
Somos un país solvente
We
y
are a
estable
solvent and a stable
por el
country
golpe de Estado de diciembre del
because of the coup
2022
attempt
que
of December
pretendía
2022,
instaurar una
which sought to
dictadura
establish a
sometiendo
dictatorship
a todos los
by
poderes del
forcing all
Estado.
branches of the state
Tuve que asumir
into submission. I had
constitucionalmente
to
la presidencia
constitutionally
de la
assume the
República.
presidency of the Republic.
Desde ese entonces
Since that
se
date,
estableció una narrativa
narrative
por la cual
was
el
established
golpista
by which
se
the coup
convirtió en
plotter
víctima y la
became a
presidenta
victim,
que
and the
asumió
president who
constitucional y
constitutionally
legalmente
and
la
legally
presidencia
assumed the presidency
fue acusada
was
por algunas
accused
voces
by
de
some
golpista
quarters
y
of being a
usurpadora.
coup plotter and
La
usurper.
mentira trastocada en verdad
Lies turned into
y
truth,
la verdad en
and truth
mentira.
turned into lies.
Este es uno de los
This
temas
is
de
one of
nuestro,
the
de nuestro
issues
tiempo.
of our time.
La construcción
The
de
building of
narrativas
false
falsas que buscan
narratives
armar
to
proyectos
attempt to defend
políticos antidemocráticos.
anti-democratic
La
political
reflexión
projects.
que las
The
ideologías
thinking
de
goes
odio
that ideologies of
con sus
hatred,
proyectos de
with their
estados
projects of
fallidos
failed states
que crecen
that
como
grow
estados
into all-powerful
todopoderosos
states,
requieren para
require,
imponerse una
in order
narrativa
to impose
falsa
their will,
para
a
lograr su
false narrative
objetivo por medio
in order to
de la
achieve their
violencia que
objectives
en el
through
poder
violence, and who,
aplasta las
once in
libertades,
power, crush
aplasta
freedoms,
los medios de comunicación,
silence
a la
the press
oposición
and
democrática,
democratic opposition,
viola los derechos humanos
violate
y da
human
inicio
rights,
al
and
control,
begin to control,
confiscación
to
y
confiscate,
expropiación
and
de
to
las empresas
expropriate
privadas,
private companies,
creando una burocracia
creating
corrupta
a corrupt
que
bureaucracy
destruye la
that
economía,
destroys the economy,
la sociedad y la
society,
moral pública.
and public morality.
El primer paso
The
para
first
todo
step
ello
for achieving
es
all
la
of this
construcción
is to build
de un
a
relato en el
narrative
que se
in order
miente,
to
se
lie,
engaña
to
y
deceive,
se
and
manipula.
to manipulate.
La ideología del odio de
The
clases
ideology
es
of
muy
class hatred
hábil
is very
en
skillful
trastocar la
at
realidad y
distorting
construir
reality
falsos
and
relatos,
building false
pues
narratives,
utiliza el método
because it uses the
totalitario de repetir
totalitarian
ad
method of
infinitum
repeating a
una
lie
mentira,
ad infinitum,
como se hiciera
as
en
was
el
done
mundo
in the world
antes de la Segunda
before
Guerra
the
Mundial
Second
y
World
como se
War,
viene
and
haciendo
as is happening
nuevamente
again
porque el
today, because
totalitarismo se
totalitarianism
renueva, se presenta
renews
con otros
itself, presents
rostros,
itself with other
porque lo
faces,
que sigue siendo una grave amenaza
but remains
para
a
los
serious
países
threat
y
to
para el
countries
mundo.
and to the world.
El cínico relato se ve
The cynical
reforzado
narrative is
por el
reinforced
intervencionismo
by
en los
interventionism
asuntos
in the
internos de los
internal affairs
países,
of countries,
apoyando y difundiendo
supporting and spreading
falsedades
falsehoods
para
to
destruir la
destroy democracy
democracia y
and
eliminar
eliminate
la libertad.
freedom.
En el Perú
In Peru,
hemos superado
we have overcome
una fuerte, organizada y
strong,
persistente violencia
organized and
política que
persistent political
pretendía
violence
la
that
vuelta al
sought the
gobierno del
return of the
golpista.
coup plotter's
Desde el
government,
año
and since
2024 se ha
2024,
logrado avanzar en el
progress has been made
restablecimiento
in
de la
restoring
estabilidad
stability
y
and
la
confidence.
confianza, razón por la cual
And this
la
is why
economía
the
peruana
Peruvian
logró
economy
crecer
managed
Ese
to
año,
grow this year by
3,3% y en el
3.3%.
presente año 2025
And
está
in the
superando
current
un
year,
crecimiento del
2025, is exceeding
3,5%,
3.5% growth.
previéndose que el
With
año
forecasts that in
2026 se
2026,
mantenga la tendencia
the
de la
trend of
expansión
economic growth
económica.
will continue.
El gobierno
The
garantiza
government
3
guarantees
años de
3 years
crecimiento
of
económico
economic growth,
encabezando las
being the leader
cifras en
in
Sudamérica.
South America.
La inflación que
Inflation
tenemos
is
es inferior al
below
2% anual.
2% annually.
Las reservas internacionales son
International
superiores
reserves
a los
amount
88
to more than
mil millones
$88
de
billion,
dólares y nuestra
and
moneda
our currency
se mantiene
remains
estable y
stable,
se
and
fortalece
it's
cada día
getting
más.
stronger every day.
Nuestra deuda externa es
Our
menor al
external debt is less than
32,2% del PBI,
32.2% of GDP,
una de las más
one of
bajas
the
de
lowest
América
in the
y del
Americas
mundo.
and in the world.
Nuestro déficit
And our
fiscal
fiscal
este
deficit
año
this
será
year
de
will be
2,2%
2.2% annually.
anual. Señora Presidenta de esta magna
Madam
Asamblea,
President of this
el 24
magnificent
de
General
octubre se
Assembly,
creó
on
las
October
Naciones
24th,
Unidas,
the UN was
después
created
de la
after World
Segunda Guerra
War II,
Mundial, cuando se logró
when one
derrotar a
of
uno
the
de los
greatest
mayores proyectos
totalitarian
políticos
political
totalitarios
projects
construido
built
bajo una
on an
ideología de
ideology
odio
of hatred,
que produjo el más grave genocidio
leading
en la
to the most
historia
serious
de la
genocide in
humanidad,
human history,
el
the
Holocausto,
Holocaust,
que
was
jamás
defeated.
que
And this is
jamás
something that we
debemos
must
olvidar.
never, I say never,
Esa nefasta
forget.
guerra causó la
That
muerte
dreadful war
de 60
caused the death
millones de
of
seres
60
humanos.
million human beings.
Toda ideología de odio,
All
el odio de
ideologies of
clases
hate,
y su
class
elevación
hatred,
a
and
principio y
its
motor de la
elevation as a
historia,
principle and
el odio
driver of
racial,
history,
el
racial hatred,
nacionalista, el
nationalist
odio
hatred,
religioso,
religious hatred,
étnico, el
ethnic
odio a
hatred,
las
hatred
mujeres,
against
entre otros,
women, amongst others,
son los
are the
causantes de los
causes
peores
for the
crímenes
worst
en la
crimes
historia
committed
humana.
in human history.
Las ideologías de odio
Ideologies of hatred
construyen relatos como verdades
build narratives
absolutas
as absolute
que
truths
instrumentalizan a las personas y a los
instrumentalize people
pueblos.
and nations.
La constitución
The
política de mi
political
patria
constitution of my
afirma
homeland,
que la
Peru,
defensa
affirms that the
de la
defense
persona
of
humana
the
y su
individual
dignidad
and their
es el
dignity
fin
is
supremo
the
de la
supreme goal
sociedad
of
y del
society
Estado.
and of the state.
El Perú rechaza en
Peru, therefore,
consecuencia los dos
rejects
principales
the
relatos
two
de odio
principal
en el
hate
mundo,
narratives in the world,
el odio de clases y el
namely
odio
class hatred
religioso,
and religious
origen
hatred.
de guerras
These are the
y
origins
violencia
of
humana.
wars and
En el
inhumane
Perú
violence.
hemos sufrido
In Peru,
más de 20
we
años
suffered
de
for
un
more than
terrorismo
20 years
mesiánico,
from a
dogmático,
messianic,
violento y
dogmatic,
genocida
violent and
que le
genocidal
costó la vida a
terrorism
más de
that cost the
70,000
lives of more
peruanos.
than 70,000
El
Peruvians.
terrorista odia las
The terrorist
elecciones y el
hates
derecho
elections
ciudadano
and the citizens'
a
right
elegir y a
to
ser
choose
elegido.
and to be
Cuando participa,
and to stand for
lo
election.
hace para
When they
destruir la
participate,
democracia
they do so
desde
to
adentro.
destroy democracy from
Sin
within.
embargo,
However,
el relato que se ha querido
the narrative
imponer
that
es
they
una
wanted
mentira
to
flagrante.
impose is a flagrant lie.
Las Fuerzas Armadas
The
y
armed forces
policiales
and the
que
police
defendieron la
who
vida
defended
y
the
la
life
libertad de
and
los
the freedom of
peruanos
Peruvians
son
are
acusados
now
de violar
accused
los
of
derechos
violating
humanos,
human rights.
convirtiéndose así
Thus,
los
the
héroes
heroes who
defensores de la
defended
vida,
life,
la
democracy,
democracia y